It's 5:30. We'll call the meeting to order. Let the record show that all council members are present. We don't need item 3. Do I have a motion for adoption of the agenda?
I so moved to adopt the agenda.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Mayor Dawson, seconded by Council Member Geringer. All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous, 5-0. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just a reminder that there are only 3 commas in the pledge. Okay,
I knew it was going to get to you.
this is time for public comment on items on the item on the closed session agenda. If there's anyone in the public who would like to comment, please raise your hand virtually.
Mayor Anduri, I have no speaker slips for persons in the room, and there are no Zoom attendees with a hand raised.
Okay, so we will move to closed session, which will be in the Art and Science Discovery Room. And we will return at 6 p.m. We're back in session from closed session, and there was no reportable action. We're on item 8 on the agenda, public comments. This is an opportunity for members of the public to comment, maximum of 3 minutes on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make a public comment this evening? Is there anyone online?
Mayor Andrew, I have no speaker slips from persons in the room, but I do have 2 hands raised. The first speaker will be David Clark.
Thank you, Joanne. Hi, everybody. I wanted to follow up a little bit on a comment I made at the last meeting about homeowners liability insurance being terminated for certain places, and mine in particular. And I did follow up on that. I wanted to pass on some what may be additional information, but the my insurance carrier is Farmers, and I spoke with the agent not in detail about what will happen, but about what Farmers is doing in general. And she said that virtually all of Lafayette and Orinda are covered by these. They're technically, I suppose, not cancellation notices, but they're, let's call them adjustment notices, because what they plan to do and what she's doing with me is scheduling an appointment about 2 months out to go over a transition from the existing policy, which they'll no longer, Farmers is no longer going to underwrite, to essentially the same coverage with the California Fair Plan. And she told me that nobody's been turned down on that transition with the California Fair Plan. So it's not, I suppose, technically an issue of not being able to get insurance, but, and what I'll talk to her about in 2 months is the cost will be different. And the estimate, they're all over the place, but it could be 3 to 4 times as expensive to get coverage. And the deductible is going to be much larger than it has been in the past. So she told me to just anticipate a higher premium, and that's going to reflect a much larger deductible as well. It's not targeted to my particular parcel, and because a couple of the reasons that they had cited didn't really apply to me, and her comment was, well, it's not the parcel by parcel, it's the area, and it may not affect you, but it affects your neighbors, and if it's a fire, then that's going to affect you. So I think I'll leave it at that. I mean, that was just, I said I'd follow up on things as I find out, and I wanted to pass that on. And my assumption is that other carriers are doing the same thing. And there is the potential for a discount. You set up, there are smaller districts which are fire-wise safe areas, and I think there are 7 or 8 of those within Lafayette. But that's probably a report for another night. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark.
Next speaker is Jennifer Paul.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. On February 24th, 2022, Russia launched a military invasion of Ukraine. And 4 days later, during the February 28th virtual city council meeting, Council Member Andori, with her Ukrainian flag visibly behind him, asked for the council to authorize the city manager at their next meeting to purchase a Ukrainian flag and arrange to have it flown from a flagpole in the city. Council members unanimously voted their support and adjourned that meeting in honor of the brave people of Ukraine and any Lafayette community members who have family there. At the next meeting on March 5th, council members followed through with that and voted unanimously to authorize the staff to hoist the Ukrainian flag at the Lafayette Plaza, which they did on March 11th, taking down the US flag and replacing it with another nation's flag for a month in an effort, as the weekly roundup stated, to show solidarity with Ukraine. When the council chose to do this, I wondered what precedent would this set? Would the city and this community respond equitably when other countries are invaded? And here we are. It has been 3 days since the beginning of barbaric and truly vile attacks on Israel and its civilians. A wave of hatred towards Jewish people has been unleashed in the United States and around the world. Will you be giving Israel and the Jewish people the same treatment? Will you stand in solidarity raising the Israeli flag? I doubt it. So I'm asking you actually to stop with the flags. all the flags, because what gets omitted speaks volumes. I am an extremely proud Jew and a huge supporter of Israel. I've watched in utter horror as terrorists ravage Israel and show a complete disregard for human life. I have watched as anti-Semitism and protests grow in number and heard the shouts to gas the Jews. But as an American, we should never, ever be taking down the United States flag. It is the most inclusive flag. It is the only flag that should be flown by our city and our schools. And under it, that is where we should all stand united. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker is Rob Lavoy.
Hi, this is Jean Fulmer, but not Rob Lavoy. Would you like me to speak?
Sure, go ahead.
Please
Okay.
proceed. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I am speaking tonight in full support of Jennifer Paul's comment. The United States flag code is very clear. No flag is to be flown in place of or above the American flag. Further, the California flag code requires municipal buildings to fly the American flag with the California state flag under it at all municipal buildings in the state. This also includes all school campuses, both public and private, and I will be sharing this same thing with both of our local school districts. As Jennifer said, the American flag is the most inclusive flag in the world. People are currently streaming over our border for the promise of our freedom. I ask you to adopt and follow a municipal code that adheres strictly to the United States flag code and the California flag code, and I'll be asking our local schools to do the same. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lavoy?
Hello,
Welcome.
thank you. I certainly concur with Jen and Jean's comments about the flag. I wanted to talk about the situation we have with the city housing plan. And I think it's critically important for residents to understand that if we use the actual yields on our housing production, we wouldn't have to do any downtown upzoning except for the narrow strip from Whole Foods to Riza Court in order to meet our housing goals. So I think that's the first thing I wanted to point out so people know this. The second thing is if the city council is unable or unwilling to challenge HCD on their arbitrary ruling that we have to use projects that were old or prior to all the state density laws being enacted, then we still have an option to avoid massive downtown upzoning. And that's by getting the De Silva South parcel back into the project mix. It was removed after being determined that it wasn't a significant impact on fire evacuation. And I believe it can be put back into the EIR with minimal effort. There's so many reasons to focus our density in other places than downtown. The De Silva parcel is 62 acres. It allows housing to be spread around, so it's much less intrusive. By building downtown in these small parcels, we end up with 5 feet setbacks, 50-foot height on our current density, let alone going to 60 or 50 units along Mount Diablo. The merchants have expressed their concern about this, and if HCD doesn't see enough progress, they'll mandate additional upzoning. after only a couple of years of our new housing cycle. So it's so critical that the city council takes decisive action right now and puts DeSilva back into the mix so that we can keep our downtown preserved. We already have high density that's sufficient for our needs. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor Andrew, we have no additional speakers.
Okay, one last chance for anyone in the room. Okay, we'll close public comment and move on to the city manager's update. City Manager Srivatsa.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council and those who are here today. This item usually occurs at the very end of the agenda, but we don't have too many people watching at the very end. And so this is my attempt to give you a peek into what goes on at the city offices on a bi-weekly basis. I'm sure you're all aware that Lafayette had a very robust shop local e-card program. Just want to highlight that promotion is underway now. So if you purchase an e-card valued at $150 or $25, the city will match your purchase with a bonus e-card valued at 50% of what you paid for. So you get an additional 50% to spend anywhere in Lafayette, and all details can be found on the city's website. We also have another way of the community winning a gift card. We recently launched a new website called Experience Lafayette, California. This was done with the American Rescue Plan Act funds in order to help our business community recover and thrive after the pandemic. So if you follow our new website, again, Experience Lafayette, California, on Facebook or Instagram by October the 15th, you will be enrolled in a chance to win another e-card. And again, all the monies that we spend go into our downtown and into our to our local merchants. From the engineering department, in addition to getting ready for the winter, repairs are being made to the culvert crossing on Orchard Road that failed during last year's storm. So please, there could be some delays on that road. This is Orchard at Deer Hill Road. And then notices went out to nearly 30 properties with regulated water treatment facilities, informing them that the city will be conducting inspections this month so that we want to ensure they're in compliance with state water regulations. From the Public Art Committee, you can see they're holding a reception this evening in the lobby. The Art Committee completed the installation of the utility art box. It's a replica which is featured in the lobby of the library, and it has a QR code that leads you on a walking tour of our downtown. And these utility boxes describe the history of Lafayette. The Art Committee also held opening receptions for 2 artists at the Town Hall Theater and at this library. And they've begun to catalog the works in the city's library collection that need maintenance or repair. We really hold a valuable stock of very well-known and renowned artwork in the library, and one of their charges is to make sure that they're in good condition and maintained to their best. From the police department, we are encouraging every neighborhood to sign up for Firewise. You can contact the police department. They've been working with the fire protection district to get your applications approved. And a reminder that October 19th is the Great California Shakeout. And at 10:19 that morning, everyone is encouraged to pause, take stock of your emergency preparedness kit, your plans in case we should have a big one. And then 2 exciting events coming up in October: Res Run, which is on October the 22nd, sponsored by the Chamber. if for those who don't know, all the donations that are collected during the Res Run go to our schools through our PTAs. Last year, the chamber donated over 28,000 to our schools. So please sign up. You can either actually run that day or do a virtual race for the next 2 weeks, where you can take your time to walk the res, but still it counts towards the Res Run. And finally, October 31st, Halloween, one of our favorite celebrations. Get tickets for the Lafayette Youth Commission's Haunted House. This year, it's going to be outdoors on the Jeff Bellinger Trail, and all details can be found in LafayetteRec.org. Thank you for letting me present the activities.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for our city manager? Okay, we'll open it for public comments or questions. Is there anyone in the room who has a comment or question? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
No speakers online.
Okay, we'll move on to our first presentation. Mary McCosker is with us once again, first meeting of the month, to continue our celebration of 175 plus years of Lafayette history. So Mary, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Only one more, you have to stand with me. This is a little bit about our community before incorporation and how things were handled and decided without a city council. So maybe it will be the easier days. In 1911, Lafayette was a village. Its existence was due to its position on the route between the Redwoods and Canyon and the ports on the Sacramento River. There was a hotel, saloons, plural, a blacksmith shop, a general store, a church, and a school. In 1911, a small group of Lafayette citizens gathered at the R.E. McNeil Pioneer Store on November 11th, 1911, to form a club to be known as the Lafayette Improvement Club. The purpose of this organization would be to address issues affecting the community in the absence of formal city government. Some of the issues discussed in the early years were the fencing of the Plaza Park, muddy roads, the postal service, and improving the train service. There was a need in the community for a permanent place that could be used for meetings and social gatherings. The estimated cost of a piece of property would be $490, and various ways to raise the money were explored. Rosa and Joe Giglioni made a generous offer and deeded a piece of property and $200 to the Improvement Club to help construct the building. Fundraising in the form of dances and suppers raised more money, and stock certificates for shares in the Lafayette Improvement Club were also sold to raise the needed capital. The roads in town were so muddy in the rainy season that children could not get to school for weeks, and vehicles often got stuck. When going to Oakland, people had to travel via Martinez or Richmond because the road to Oakland was so muddy. The LIA was determined to get some of the local roads rocked. In 1914, the town hall was completed and quickly became central to the community's life. The LIA celebrated the opening with a grand ball. The Sacramento Northern trains ran 40 minutes apart from Lafayette to Oakland. The cost was $5.40 a month. By 1915, dances sponsored by the LIA at Town Hall were so popular that a special train came to Lafayette from Oakland at 9 p.m. and returned at 3:30 a.m. This is Moraga Road in 1915. The roads of Lafayette were unpaved and often impassable in the winter months. In 1925, the lack of water was a barrier to continued development. In the drought of the 1920s, many wells dried up. LIA's priority became the formation of a water district. They were successful in establishing the district, and in 1930, LIA lobbied to have it become part of the East Bay Municipal Utility District. In 1926, Carrie Van Meter attended an LIA meeting to announce her retirement after over 20 years as the postmistress. She had also served as Lafayette's first librarian, with books available to check out in the post office. She and her daughter Pearl are shown in front of the post office provided by the LIA. In 1926, the LIA asked the county supervisors to push hard for a low-level tunnel, as the route to Oakland was problematic and was an obstacle to growth. The tunnel opened in 1937, and the LIA threw a gala celebration dance at the town hall. Stock was sold to build and maintain the town hall. Colonel Manuel M. Garrett built the Garrett Building, which is today Postino, in a style that he hoped would be used for the developing downtown. Unfortunately, even though he offered to donate bricks, other builders did not take him up on the idea, opting for cheaper and more quickly constructed buildings. By 1938, 1 year after the opening of the Broadway low-level tunnel, today's Caldecott, Lafayette had experienced considerable growth. 225 new water meters, 66 new telephone connections, 300 boxes in the post office, and Lafayette School was so crowded, overflow classes were held in the town hall. By the late 1930s through the 40s, a major intractable problem was the traffic on Mount Diablo Boulevard. It was still the main road from Oakland to Martinez and very unsafe for pedestrians to cross. Businesses were confined to the south side, as no one could get to the north side of the road. By 1948, 20,355 cars went through the downtown each day. A stoplight was put in at Moraga Road in 1947, and in 1949 it was made 4 lanes, but it remained a busy and dangerous road. In 1939, the library and post office, which had been housed in a combined space provided by the LIA, became too crowded. It was decided to begin raising funds to build a library. The Oklanis High School District was formed this year, and the original Veterans Building was approved. In 1940, the LIA sold its post office property to the dismay of many and turned the responsibility of providing space over to the U.S. Postal Service. There was a serious problem with flooding, which the LIA tried to address in 1940 by forming a soil conservation district. Both residential neighborhoods and the downtown were flooded frequently in the rainy season. Heavy rains sometimes caused slides, which closed the road to Oakland and isolated Lafayette. In 1945, the town hall was functioning as a true community center, booked by groups 6 nights a week. The lower level was used as a teen canteen. The LIA was concerned about the number of liquor licenses that had been granted in Lafayette. Mount Diablo Boulevard was becoming known as the Strip, with people coming from as far as San Francisco to drink and listen to music in Lafayette. The LIA formed a saloon cleanup committee to deal with the problem of drunks downtown and to try to limit the number of new liquor licenses. The LIA also was concerned with land use. They felt there were too many small lot subdivisions. By 1940, the LIA stopped being involved in social events. Lafayette was no longer a small, tight-knit community, and with the advances in transportation, people had more entertainment options. A quote by Bill Ellis, who was the head of the grammar school district. Other than the school board, which had a relatively narrow responsibility, there was only the LIA. We looked to it as being our local government. By 1948, Lafayette had grown to have 1,184 phones, an increase of 60% in just 2 years. The LIA was working on increasing the phone service available. The numbering of houses had become haphazard with the rapid growth. The numbers were no longer sequential, and there were even duplicate street names. The LIA helped form a new address system to avoid the confusion. The only solution to traffic on Mount Diablo Boulevard was to build a bypass. In 1957, a 2-mile bypass was built where Highway 24 is now to take the through traffic off our main downtown street. There were only 2 exit ramps, one at each end of town. LIA lobbied for a downtown ramp, but that did not happen until later. Once the heaviest traffic was off Mount Diablo Boulevard, plans to beautify downtown began to be made. Town Hall was leased to the Dramateurs in 1958 for theater productions. The Lafayette shared the space. The Dramateurs were instrumental in preserving the Town Hall when in 1964, the fire marshal deemed it unsafe and closed it. The Dramateurs raised the money needed for repair so that it was not torn down. One vision that the LIA was determined to keep alive was of only one business district downtown. There was pressure to have satellite business districts. In 1958, the LIA defeated a proposal to build a 12-acre shopping center on St. Mary's Road between Burton School, which is the current community center, and the fire station on St. Mary's Road. By the 60s, there were 22 gas stations on Mount Diablo Boulevard. Signage was out of control. The Lafayette Design Project was begun in 1958 as part of the LIA. The first focus was to reconstruct the Plaza Park. Next was Mount Diablo Boulevard. It had poor paving, bad flooding, missing sidewalks, rundown buildings, and a mass of ugly signs. PG&E was convinced to put its wires underground, and a new sewer was placed down the middle of the road. That was an opportunity to create a landscaped center strip. Lafayette's downtown won the California Roadside Council's Award in 1976. One reason cited was that the beautification was locally driven with many donations of materials and volunteer work over the many years. The transformation was major. Plans for BART began in 1958. BART wanted to use the old Sacramento Northern right-of-way, which today is the Lafayette-Moraga Trail. The LIA responded with an adamant no. They believed that BART should use the median of the freeway. The Chamber of Commerce joined the fight, and by 1961, BART agreed to use the freeway route. BART felt that Lafayette Station should be at Pleasant Hill Road. The LIA felt it should be downtown. They were also repeatedly asking for a freeway ramp into downtown, which the state rejected many times. Finally, in 1964, BART agreed to the downtown station and a ramp was built into the downtown. In 1965, the San Francisco helicopters wanted to stop in Lafayette by the Hillside Motel. The LIA was told that the flight path would be over the reservoir and that noise would not be a problem. The LIA supported the heliport. The FAA only approved a flight plan that took the helicopters over residential neighborhoods. Dolores Drive and Villa Roble, my neighborhood, were especially affected with people being blasted in their houses. The LIA tried to reverse the decision, but it took until 1968 to stop the flights. Fast food franchises were sweeping the nation in 1967. The LIA only allowed Foster's Freeze, KFC, and Jack in the Box, with conditions placed on them, thus preventing the takeover that many main streets at that time experienced. The LIA had been talking about and supporting the idea of incorporation since a meeting in 1927. They always advocated for local control instead of having to petition the county supervisors for action. In 1958, they had an incorporation study done and got the issue put on the ballot. They worked hard to publicize the issue without taking sides. However, incorporation failed. Finally, in 1968, the issue was again put up for a vote and it won. On July 9th, 54.9% voted to incorporate Lafayette. Many LIA directors were appointed to new city commissions. On June 13th, 1966, the reservoir was opened to recreation. The LIA had long been a proponent. 8,000 attended the opening, and by December of that year, 120,000 people had used the recreation area. In 1971, LIA invited people to organize the Lafayette Historical Society to preserve and share the history of our town. In 1978, Town Hall was designated historic landmark. By the 70s, LIA membership changed. Prior to incorporation and a new city government, the LIA had 750 families as members. Now they consisted only of a board. General Lafayette concerns were now taken up with the city council, and the LIA's main focus became the maintenance of the town hall. In 1977, LIA contributed $100 towards the purchase and restoration of Old Betsy. You can see her in her restored glory downstairs in the new library. In September of 2022, the board of LIA voted to dissolve the organization and deeded the town hall building to the Town Hall Theater Company. And that's it.
Mary, thank you very much. We have this recorded, correct? So it can be on the city website, because this is such a fantastic introduction for anyone coming to Lafayette for the basics of Lafayette history. So thank you very much. Are there any questions from the council? Any questions or comments from the public? Online? All right, Mary, thank you very much. That was fantastic. Right, Ms. Robinson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Anduri and Council. I would like to introduce you to Lisa Hurt. Stand up, Lisa. Go to the podium. Sorry, you got to go to the podium. Go stand at the podium. Sorry. Put you on the spot. Okay, so just wanted to introduce Lisa. She is our new accountant. Lisa's worked in accounting since college and has over 20 years of experience working in various industries such as the Contra Costa Times, as it was previously known, the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, and most recently a company in Walnut Creek called Payroll Systems. She says she is pretty active and enjoys running and staying in shape as best she can. She lives in Brentwood with her retired husband and cat. I assume it's an active cat, not retired.
Yeah, the cat's not retired.
And she's very happy to be here. And we're very happy, especially Jennifer Waitman is very happy to have Lisa on board. So welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. Nice to meet all of you.
Okay, well, welcome to Lafayette.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to say anything, you're most welcome.
I'm happy to be here. It's week 3 for me. Got through my first payroll today. Any city employees here, there will be money on your accounts in the morning. So it's been fun. There's a lot to learn, but everybody has been great. I'm just really enjoying working here so far.
Okay,
Any
great.
questions for me, anybody? Right.
Hey, welcome to Lafayette.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 10C. This is going to be a report or presentation by Sarah Yule, Government Affairs at PG&E. And Sarah, I'll let you carry on as you would like.
Thank you for having me. I'm gonna take 1 second to get my computer set up.
While Sarah's doing that, I'll introduce myself. I'm Chris Warner, Senior Director of Gas Transmission Engineering. Raised my family in Walnut Creek, and my daughter caught her largest trout out of Lafayette Reservoir years ago. So glad to be here tonight and answer any questions.
Great, glad to have you with us.
Okay, there we go. Thank you so much for having us. We're happy to be back. I know we were just here maybe a month ago. So some of the stuff you'll see is some of the stuff that we touched on last time. We did receive some questions and we prepared a presentation to answer those questions. So I'm going to go through quick presentation and then we will be happy to answer any additional questions as we go through that. So just some of the things that we'll be discussing, layers of safety, which you've seen, the safety work that we've done specifically in Lafayette. Very, very quickly, I'm just going to remind you what enhanced power line safety settings are, because we just spent a whole city council meeting talking about that and the public safety power shutoffs. We'll talk about our undergrounding program and specifically some undergrounding that has occurred here, our equipment safety and maintenance, and then some general customer support. So just want to provide a brief overview of the layers of safety that we use to protect our customers from wildfires. We've improved programs and technology that help us monitor, forecast, and respond to wildfire risk better. We conduct regular ongoing inspections to help keep trees and other vegetation a safe distance from power lines. And we're also strengthening poles and covering power lines to reduce the risk of them coming into contact with one another. This is known as system hardening. And moving some overhead lines underground and in the highest fire risk areas. And I do want to emphasize the highest fire risk areas, and we'll touch on that some more. These solutions we've put in place have already made the system safer, and we will continue to work every day to deliver safe and reliable energy to our service area. Here specifically in Lafayette, so the safety of your community is important to us, and we invest in improvements that make our entire system more resilient. In Lafayette specifically, we have installed 5 sectionalizing devices on the power lines serving the area to allow us to better target safety-related shutoffs during periods of extreme weather and high wildfire risk. We've installed 1 weather station and 2 high-definition cameras, which now have artificial intelligence capabilities to identify potential fires in near real time to help us better predict wildfire risk and monitor and respond to wildfires and severe weather. And we've installed, as you've heard previously, enhanced power line safety settings, which are turned on when wildfire risk is high and automatically turn off power within 1/10 of a second if a wildfire hazard is detected. We've also completed 1 undergrounding project of approximately 0.7 miles near Rower Drive. These solutions that we have put in place have already made the system safer and will continue to work every day to deliver safe and reliable energy to our hometowns. You've seen these slides, so I'll just remind you very quickly, enhanced power line safety settings, turn the power off in 1/10 of a second if something touches the line, and we've seen significant reductions in ignitions and reductions in the size of fires. So enhanced power line safety here. So here's some work that we've done. So since August, which I think we were here around that, we were having the outages this summer. In August, so we've scoped 47 safety devices across 11 circuits serving Lafayette and the surrounding area. So 37 of these are located within the Lafayette boundaries. We've made all 37 devices in Lafayette capable of operating with the EPSS settings, and 23 are planned for down conductor detector installation. So as we've spoken about before, losing power for any amount of time is disruptive, and our goal is to protect customers from wildfires while also delivering reliable power. As part of our efforts to improve service reliability, we have installed 13 fault indicators to help restore power faster and a sectionalizing device to help limit the number of customers impacted by the safety outages. Again, power safety shutoff, we went through this last time. So very quickly, there are different factors that contribute to the public safety power shutoffs. All of these have to come into play. It's the last resort for us. We do not want to turn power off unless we absolutely have to. During our 2019 PSPS events, portions of the distribution circuits that serve Lafayette were identified for de-energization if they entered in high fire threat districts tier 2 or tier 3 and met the meteorology guidance. We were able to keep these sections energized because the sections did not enter those tier 2 and tier 3 or meet that guidance. So we have not, since 2019, we have not had to proactively turn off power here in the city of Lafayette due to PSPS. So you have not been affected by that. So over the past few years, our focus has been on making the PSPS shorter, smaller, and smarter. And I think you've experienced that considering from the first year when we had them. There are 3 key tools we use when analyzing weather and looking for wildfire risk: our Fire Potential Index, or FPI, our Outage and Ignition Probability Weather Models, or OPW and IPW, and Catastrophic Fire Behavior Modeling. We've made significant improvements to these models, and this has helped us to be more granular in our assessment of wildfire risk and more targeted in our safety measures. We're continuing to update these models with current outage and weather data, which in turn provides us with the latest and greatest views of wildfire risk across our service area. We're always exploring the latest technology and innovations in meteorology and fire science. We actually do that here in the East Bay at our San Ramon, at our ATS center. We're on the cutting edge of this discipline, allows us to keep our customers and communities safe from wildfires. All right, so we'll talk about undergrounding next. So we prioritize our wildfire safety related underground work in the areas where we can have the greatest impact on reducing wildfire risk for our customers. Nearly 1/3 of the electric lines that serve PG&E customers are now located in high fire risk areas. We use advanced machine learning based risk modeling and partner with wildfire analysis providers like TechnoSilva, which is also leveraged by other fire safety professionals to identify what those highest wildfire risk areas are as conditions change and evolve. As risk models and conditions evolve, we will adjust prioritization so that the highest wildfire risk areas continue to be addressed. And ultimately, the goal is to address as much risk as efficiently as possible. So currently we have undergrounding work plans by county through 2026 as reflected on the map that you're seeing here. Our forecast miles exceed our annual targets to account for project delays, since mileage in the community may increase or decrease due to access, weather, permitting, or other factors. In most cases, if a project is not completed in the intended year, it will continue through planning and construction phases the following year. It's important to note that undergrounding is just one of the many wildfire reduction tools we use, which provide our customers with multiple layers of protection. You can find our work plan information, including KMZs and PDFs, at pge.com/undergrounding. As I briefly mentioned previously, we completed one undergrounding project of approximately 0.7 miles along Rower Drive. This work may allow us to keep the lights on for as many as 2,600 customers during future distribution level PSPS events in the area. On the aftermap, you can see how the small section undergrounded, shown in navy blue on the bottom right, in combination with previously installed sectionalizing devices, provides the ability to keep the lines highlighted in purple energized safely during PSPS outages. We routinely inspect and monitor our distribution, transmission, and substation electric equipment to keep the community safe and adhere to all requirements of General Order 165. Our inspections include careful examination of individual components, structures, and equipment for abnormalities that may adversely impact safety, service reliability, or asset life. We also look at exterior equipment components and visible underground secondary services and substructure. Depending on the high fire threat district category, we conduct inspections every 1, 2, or 3 years. Equipment outside of the high fire threat district areas are inspected every 5 years. I want to reiterate that we prioritize repairs using a risk-based system. We identify and repair assets that represent the highest safety and ignition risk. So on our gas transmission pipeline safety, there's no set lifespan or limit as to how long a pipeline may safely remain in operation. With regular maintenance, including an active cathodic protection program to prevent corrosion of the pipe, ongoing integrity management activities to inspect the pipe, and routine maintenance that pipe can last an indefinite period. We perform a number of maintenance activities to ensure the longevity and safe operation of our natural gas pipelines. This includes conducting regular patrols and aerial and ground leak surveys, as well as using an active cathodic protection system to protect our pipes from corrosion. Our federally approved integrity assessments include inline inspections, ILI, direct assessment, direct examination, guided wave ultrasonic testing, and pressure testing. If we identify any issues that threaten public safety, we address them immediately. If any of our maintenance or assessment activities indicate that the pipe needs to be replaced, we schedule and complete the work before pipeline integrity or public safety can be compromised. Ooh, I hope you can see that. This slide shows the most recent patrol, leak survey, and cathodic protection inspections we've conducted on our distribution feeder mains. I won't read you the numbers, but the feeder mains that serve your community specifically. No findings were observed during ground patrols completed in August of this year, and no leaks were found from the survey in April of this year. Inspections of the cathodic protection systems on the lines in Lafayette took place between February and September this year, and all but one read were found to be operating correctly. Corrections to the single identified location were immediately made on September 18th, 2023, and rest assured that all locations are now operating correctly. This table shows the most recent assessments of the gas transmission pipelines, L191-1 and L-191B in the city of Lafayette. You can also see the approximate locations of where the lines run. All tests we conducted were successfully completed. In line with federal requirements, we performed pipeline integrity assessments on the sections of transmission pipeline in high consequence areas at least every 7 years. Some customer resources for you are dedicated wildfire safety contacts, wildfire safety prevention efforts. And then I know we talked about this last time too, our Reported app, which I like to push anytime I'm at a public meeting. It's a great, you download it on your phone. It's like a city's see-click fix. You can take a picture as long as it's not an emergency. Please call us for emergencies. And you can send it in and it'll go to the right part of PG&E to address it. Happy to take any questions. I know that was a lot of information.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. And thank you for the responses to the questions that we received in our materials. So we'll have questions from council members and then we'll open it to public for comments and questions. Does any council member, Vice Mayor Dawson?
I just want to start off with thank you for all the information provided. And I just want to make a quick preface to the in-depth questions that we did ask. As some of you may know, I've been working with PG&E different teams since 2017, since the Pipeline Pathways program came. And the big question for me at that time was just the details of what PG&E was telling our city about the local status of the pipeline. Because what triggered it for me was the marketing around that program was after the San Bruno tragedy, we took a look at, what was around our pipeline, which happened to be trees, scratched my head and thought, what does that have to do with pipeline safety? Because those people that, like our Lafayette town, that were major disrupted in San Bruno, a fireball that killed, people, families that were operating, making dinner, watching TV, just like our families do, were innocent victims of basically a lack of detail, a negligence to the detail of what was part of the infrastructure. So that commenced this really ongoing program to getting the details and making sure that Lafayette has a baseline knowledge that these details, those I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And I still have questions even after these questions are answered. And in fact, I believe some of these questions weren't answered, and I don't know if we can answer them in this meeting, and I don't expect them to. So I think very clearly the first thing I would want is to make sure we can have an ongoing conversation with a person like you that it sounds like we can get answers from or explore, as well as on the electrical side. Because I don't think there was a good answer to even our first question about the EPSS rollout. So I'm just gonna leave it at that for now and let my fellow council members ask questions, and I'll come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't want to put, any on the spot or the burden, but how would you feel about written follow-up so that the entire council, I'm thinking the most expeditious way, because I have to admit, reading through the answer to the question, I didn't feel that some of the questions were answered either. And I think probably the most effective way for us to get what we need would be through written responses.
So I also think that if we were, I would almost, I would volunteer to have meetings and then document those answers for council or ask PG&E too. So I think that's how we got the best and most information through gas safety task force meetings and meetings that council was a part of actually listening to, as well as just making sure we were getting good questions out there so we can get the good answers. So I would actually submit that would be a good way to go forward.
Okay, all right. So questions? Councilmember Kendall.
Sure, thank you for your presentation. These are a little, some of them are a little nitpicky, but then others. So there's a table on page 8 of your answers, and it was to the 2023 wildfire mitigation plan, and has all these priorities, and it's labeled Bs. And I mean, there was no explanation of what that table represented. And I have no idea what was on there. In the gas line monitoring testing, do we get any more details on what was found in these lines and what was fixed on those? That would be very helpful. The bridge at 3rd Street, apparently you guys are backing off from doing the repair on the gas line on that one. So I think the bridge is closed right now. This is the pedestrian walkway bridge, right?
No, this is the Moraga Boulevard Bridge.
Oh, the Moraga. Okay, so I had the wrong one. Okay, so this is so do you have any sort of idea of when it might be done?
Yeah, we have an extensive program across the state looking at where we have older pipelines that may have components in them that were historically bad, like dresser couplings or oxyacetylene welds. I think we've gotten rid of most of those though, and are also intersecting with ground movement concerns. So primarily liquefaction, active slides themselves. In our recent ILI of that line, there were none of those features in that bridge area. And the only features that we did identify were 7 pups, which are 5 feet or less, that were welded back to back in that area. But in the area where those pups were located, my understanding from talking to our engineers is that was not a high liquefaction area. So the risk prioritization on that replacement has dropped. We are definitely open to working with Lafayette if you want to relocate, but looking at that versus other risks throughout the system, it's not a high priority for us anymore. So it was that inline inspection that really helped us confirm a lot of that.
Okay, and I had been told that one of the reasons, this was several years ago, that you were thinking of replacing that was in addition to safety, also to increase capacity. Is that no longer a concern?
That is not a concern that I've heard.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the L191-1 pipeline in Briones, where you guys put the new valve on there, you say you can remotely isolate it, because we kind of asked for an automatic switch, but what exactly does that mean that you can remotely isolate it, like in response time and all that stuff?
So this is one, forgive me because I'm stepping into this last minute. Our manager is in Houston and our supervisor who was going to be at this meeting is sick, and I didn't think you wanted her coming to the meeting sick. So I called this afternoon trying to find out about that valve location itself in Briones. It's my understanding that that valve in Briones is not automated. I need to verify that.
Mhm.
What is automated is the valve at C Street Station in Martinez. So if an event was to happen in Briones, we would shut the valve off at C Street Station. And that's a one-way feed to the BTU valve that's here in Lafayette. And so that would shut off the gas supply, but we do not currently, counter to what that said, we do not currently have a automated valve in Briones.
But the automated valve upstream of it, you say, is automated and
Yes.
it'll just immediately cut that one off.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you, appreciate that.
Just a follow-up to that. So that's a bidirectional pipeline. So if the gas was coming towards Lafayette, that means we'd have all that volume of gas coming towards us that we wouldn't be able to stop except by a manual remote up in Briones. So if there was an incident in that park, which is a very high fire zone, there'd be a problem there.
So I'm not sure I understand your question, but if there was an incident in the park, what we would do would automatically shut the valve at C Street, which is the direction that the gas flows. The only times it is bi-directional is in a very, very extreme cold weather. And then to prevent loss of customers in Lafayette and elsewhere, we would go and open up the BTU valve. And then there would be gas flowing in two directions. That does not even happen on an annual basis. So it's a very rare situation. So that's why we just have the automated valve at C Street.
And then one last one. We had an email from a resident, David Cazares, and he said that you were being thwarted with the rate hike. What is up with the possible rate hike that PG&E was considering? We all kind of heard about it in the news, and then do you guys know where that is?
So the rate case is currently in, it's got the proposed decision out. It has not gotten a final decision from the ALJs and should have it, we're hoping by the end of the year. There have been significant reductions in what we proposed, both on upgrading pipelines for ILI and overpressure protection are some of the ones that come off the top of my head. So the CPUC is weighing the overall risk to the customers with the rate increase that would be impacted by installing all that. So recognizing how much has happened since San Bruno, they're turning us back and reducing the amount of upgrades in particular that we're doing. They also reduce the number of ILI runs. We typically do runs a year or two before the compliance date, because if the run for some reason fails, we do have PIG runs, especially first-time runs that encounter fittings that we didn't anticipate or conditions in the pipe that we have to then address and cut the pig out, cut those fittings out, and then repig it. And they very clearly said that they did not want us to run prior to the compliance date. And so they reduced the number of runs that we proposed and the funding for those runs.
So who's they?
This is the proposed decision from the CPUC.
It's from CPUC. Wow. Okay.
So
Please, yeah.
Follow up on that. You mentioned the ILI inspection in terms of Lafayette's 11 miles of pipeline. What percentage has been PIG tested?
I don't have the answer for that. So I'm gonna have to get back to you. I know we've inspected 191-1 and 191B. I was looking at the history of it and it looks like it's very piecemeal, because I think there's sections that are lower pressure that we can't run a traditional PIG through. We have to put a non-traditional PIG through. And so I would have to get a map and lay that out before I could adequately answer that for you. We have not assessed the two DFMs. They're such low pressure and small diameter, they're really not easily piggable, and they're very low stress. In fact, I know all of one and a lot of the second DFM is below what is considered transmission by most operators in the code.
Which I would have a follow-up question to that is, which is a concern, because I don't know why those DFMs were included in your transmission program when there's much higher standards, which that clearly doesn't meet, that those have not been tested, whether federally or California, especially the HCA particularly, but California, if it's transmission after the San Bruno. So it does concern me for multiple reasons, because we know San Francisco had a distribution main, very low pressure fireball in the middle of the city. And we can't have that here. So even though you could say low pressure and this and that, it still has a great effect on these city, urban environments regardless, let alone the high wildfire areas. So that is one of the main things I would want us to follow up on together is why those lines were included in the transmission program, why they aren't treated as such. And making sure the HCA is clearly identified and the testing will, however it is. I'm encouraged by this new technology. I don't really know much about it, but if it can be something that can be used here, I hope it is prioritized. One of the issues with PG&E and probably CPC in general is they mass the information. So at a local level, our risk just gets compiled in. So we don't know as a municipality, what is our highest risk that we should be advocating mitigation of? What, CPU says, well, we're not going to do that testing, you're doing so well other places, but that doesn't mean it reflects in each city that way. And that's an issue that I would hope to bring up in our city as well as eventually to the CPUC as a policy, but that's a long road. But I just hope in the meantime, we could kind of get to what we hopefully can create as a baseline knowledge in our town.
I think we would also appreciate some help on your part in terms of your understanding of those test requirements. Because the two regulations around strength testing that I'm aware of was the CPC requiring testing of pipelines over 30% that were in HCA's class 3 and class 4, which would not have included the two DFMs. And then there is the PUC 958, which is a requirement that over time, all gas transmission lines will be tested. So
Right. And that is
not-
one of them particularly because after San Bruno, right, all pipeline needed to have a credible testing record. And if it didn't, it needed to be tested or replaced.
That's the ones over 30%, and the current federal code
Mhm.
actually has a 2034 date for doing a verification of the MAOP. So there's nothing that has actually daylighted or sunset, that we've missed in terms of testing the pipelines. That whole testing progress is still occurring.
I'd definitely like to take that up because that's not really what we talked about with the PUC and people we've worked with on PUC and at PG&E engineering, Mr. Barnes.
Benny Barnes. So
yeah.
what we could provide, I think, is references to the code, different code requirements, both from the CPUC and from the federal code, so you can read it for yourself. And then
Yes, that would be great. And we'd love to
common
meet with you because regardless, the issue is making sure that these, 70-plus-year-old pipelines that have been in place and not been assessed are assessed at some level so that we have some assurances. We've already heard that cathodic protection wasn't studied. There's a lot of issues that we just want to make sure with this indefinite quote that you last indefinitely with maintenance and assessment. Well, I don't know if we've had that happening. So we just want to make sure.
Yeah, and then we'd be glad to go over that. And to clarify, at least, we've been audited by the CPUC, including a specific audit on Lafayette.
Yes, we
And
that.
yeah, and so all of our assessments have been to the code requirements, but we'd be glad to talk to you about any concerns you have about any additional assessments that you think are warranted, and we can have a discussion around that.
Thank you. And beyond that, the questions that aren't answered on the electrical side, I'm not sure we would follow up with on that. So, I just want to make sure that if we can establish that, we could have some ongoing conversations just to get some of these questions answered. Hopefully, that would be great.
Did you have specific questions on the electrical side? Because I know Aaron Johnson was here a month ago and we answered a lot of electrical questions.
Right.
We answered
Well, I
electrical
think we
questions in
answered the
writing.
question about what was wrong with the pole that fell, why we had the fires.
Still under investigation. I think we answered that.
So it's under investigation because it's in litigation, but in terms of fire safety, we cannot know that information.
Nope, not while it's in litigation. We provided the information that we're able to provide on that specifically. As soon as we have additional or it's out of litigation, we'll be happy to provide additional information on that.
Okay. And I guess clarification on if there are any outstanding work orders. I did read what for the electrical. I know there's some Bs mentioned. That's a 90-day window of repair. Just want to make sure that, you know, they're listed. We're also aware of them and we can track that as well, particularly in our fire zones.
Okay. And the B
And-
tag specifically.
Yeah, you know what I can do, Sarah, is follow up and copy council on what I don't believe has been answered
Okay.
and then send it off.
Great.
And then I do think it would be helpful to have an in-person meeting with the appropriate people, and then I can report back to council.
Okay.
But just to follow up on the 2019 incident of the
Mhm.
pole safety, can we assume that any safety lessons that you've learned, even though you can't disclose them because you're in litigation, you are applying the lessons you've learned from that?
So safety is always our number one priority, and we're
The answer is
constantly
yes.
applying in what we learned from previous incidences. We apply them always ongoing and always improving our system.
Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Mhm.
Okay, Councilmember Kendall, did you have? Okay, Councilmember Quack.
Okay, thank you for coming. I had a question very long-term about the future of gas and what if we didn't have gas pipelines anymore? I heard a talk by the California Energy Commission, Assistant Research Director, maybe 5 years ago, and she said and commented that in order for us to meet our climate goals, California would have to stop burning natural gas by 2030, which was a very surprising and aggressive date. I do understand that I wanted to ask you, has PG&E been doing studies to retire the gas line and shrink the system? Could you confirm or let us know the status of that? And if so, where would Lafayette fall in the schedule for deprecating or ending the use of gas in our city?
So there's, we can provide a more detailed answer, but there's a actual code requirement that we provide gas service when required. So we can't stop providing gas service to people who want to have gas service. But we are currently looking at lines, smaller lines that are feeding, you know, a small number of customers and are not needed for manufacturing and power related needs, and trying to convince them to transition to either electric or other fuels other than natural gas. So we have small but aggressive team trying to get that done, but there's a real resistance, as you guys are probably aware, within California. Many people really like their gas cooking. My daughter's a chef and she really loves her gas stove. So it's going to be, I think 2030 is, and this is my opinion, this is not PG&E's opinion, is not going to be the date when gas disappears from California. It's going to be a lot longer than that. So we are, though, currently looking at how we can green the gas more. I don't know if you've heard of our efforts to bring gas emissions from dairies into our pipeline. So we're saving that methane from going, and I think we hit a BCF total that we have done so far from methane emissions. And then we're also looking at nitrogen, but nitrogen has its own issues in terms of threats to the pipeline if it gets inside. So there's a lot of study that has to be done before we can safely make that transition. So,
thank you. You mean hydrogen, not
I
nitrogen?
mean, it's not nitrogen, hydrogen, sorry. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Nitrogen would be a lot
That
safer.
would be nice.
I actually have a follow-up question to that. The methane emissions, I know that you have reporting you have to do to this PUC. And we're looking for any monitored leaks on distribution system that might be here in the high fire zones. So again, we'd like those to be prioritized. Just another fail safe against wildfire protections if we can. So I know I asked you, Sarah, for that after the fact, 'cause I didn't see it was answered in the questions. And that's also helpful in terms of our environmental task force, keeping track of that as well, because that's kind of, you know, it's overall methane reduction would be great in the city. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I just have a minor question. You mentioned the two cameras that are installed that have the AI. Are they part of the alert system? It's run by UC San Diego.
No, so there are cameras.
Okay,
So they're
so there-
separate, but we do share access to those cameras with CAL FIRE and others.
Okay,
Yeah.
but not through the UC San Diego's.
I'm not sure. I can find out,
That'd be
but I know that they're ours. They're not, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Actually, I should follow up on a comment we had from in the public was about the manual valve and Briones. If the East Bay Parks Fire Department can also be, I don't know, it's a questionable thing, but trained on how they can maybe shut that out first response. Because they will have, close access as well as our fire departments here, maybe faster than PG&E to some of these manual valves.
Yeah, I think two things. I need to verify that that is indeed a manual valve. I think it is, but I'll verify that and then we'll check. We typically don't like other authorities operating our valves because they may not realize the consequence, which could be unintended by doing so, but we can check on that. Yeah.
Okay, are there questions or comments from the public? Are there any speaker slips?
The city council is now taking public comments on item 10C, PG&E. I have a speaker in the meeting hall. Michael Dawson, who will be first. That's the only speaker slip I have for persons in the meeting hall.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Dawson.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. I'm very interested in this topic. As you know, we've been working on this with the Gas Safety Task Force for 6+ years. And I just want to say that it's great that it's coming to City Council to having continued discussions. Appreciate all the questions that were asked. Appreciate PG&E, you guys coming and being a part of this discussion. The more that we have these discussions, the better I feel that we are as a community, because this is a very it's a very dangerous infrastructure, right? Just historically in California with the gas explosions we've seen like in San Bruno and the electrical issues that we've seen in the state, it's something of importance. And so this is a worthwhile discussion to have. I do see improvements in the town. I look up in the sky and I see the electrical lines are being increasingly insulated, which is something we've been asking for as a community for a while. The shutoff potentials for the electrical line is important to have as well. And that's wonderful to hear, even though it needs a little bit of tinkering. And I do see your willingness to come and talk about it. So it's great. I did send a list of questions that I had after your response to City Council. I just want to highlight a couple of them. One of them is the HCA designation, which, as you know, in PG&E triggers the integrity management. And in the Gas Safety Task Force, we found 2 instances where PG&E for decades ignored HCA requirements, which is a violation of state law. One was up at Girl Scout camp, where you had it designated as a farm, and there are hundreds of children there playing there every day during the summer. And then the latest one was actually on a DFM, not too far from our house. Growing Light Montessori Preschool has a pipeline running right from it. When I questioned PG&E and the CPUC about that, they said, no, we've looked at it and it's fine. It's not near the preschool. I had to actually send you guys a map. And then response back was, oh, we were incorrect. So, this engagement is important to do. So thank you for that. I would ask that in this instance, we sit down together as a city and look at HCA. I pointed those out because I was looking at a low resolution map. So I think it would benefit you, benefit us if we really get down, look at that a little bit closer. And as far as the valve up at the top of Briones, I am increasingly worried about that. The fact that there is, as Vice Mayor Dawson was saying, the amount of gas coming in from Martinez, if there's a problem downtown Lafayette and that shuts off in Martinez, that is a large volume of gas coming that continue to flow in a high wildfire area. So I spoke to somebody at PG&E at the top of that Sunrise Hill, said, are you putting this to be automatic? And they said, no, it's manual. Even though we couldn't access this hill for 3 months during the winter rains, it's still manual. And his excuse, he said, was because of cows. And I know that's not true. I know it's based on population. You sent us the decision tree. But anyways, I would wrap up my comments saying that electrical also have some concerns. We just want to increase our activity within town to make sure we're safe, where rates are increasing. You're willing to engage. So thank you for that. And let's keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. Are there any other public speakers?
Yes, we have hands raised with our virtual audience. Our first speaker is Robert Lavoy, followed by Jean Fulmer.
I'm sorry, I must have accidentally pressed the button, so I don't have any comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Loy.
You're welcome.
Jean Fulmer.
Oh, hello again. I have two quick comments. One, I would like to say thank you to Michael and Gina Dawson for all of the work you've done over the years with PG&E and our trees. I know it is appreciated by many, so thank you for that. And the second comment I wanted to share is I do understand there are some council members who would like to see us move to a fully electric and alternative fuel source world. And I just want to put it out there, since PG&E is in the room, that we like PG&E gas in this house. And I frankly know that the majority of the population in Lafayette does as well. We're always looking to help out with the environment. Everyone here cares about the environment. And I think we all have different ideas about how to get there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay.
No, I just want to thank Jean for the comment, and also just to give a quick shout out to Dennis Kuzak, who is on the Gas Safety Task Force, who's he's a catastrophic risk consultant, and he's been very helpful in the work that the task force has been doing as well. So thank you.
Are there other speakers?
Mayor Anduri, you have no further speakers.
Okay, so we'll bring it back. Actually, would you like to respond to any of the comments?
No, I'd just like to thank the city of Lafayette for the open dialogue and ongoing discussion, especially Narup. Appreciate just having the discussion and being able to be here and present to you all and answer your questions. Thank you.
Okay, and
Yeah, the only thing I think I would respond to is I welcome discussing the HAs. We have a very high level of commitment and pride to doing that right. The Girl Scout camp, from what I understand in the data that we use to identify HAs, was called a farm. And so for years we missed that. And so local eyes on can help us catch some of those things that may be misrepresented in the data that we're using to come up with that information. And I don't know the issue around the Montessori, but I'm going to go back tomorrow and find out what was going on there. So we shouldn't be missing Montessoris because their licensing is known to us, and we're using that licensing to try to figure out where HCAs are. So appreciate that feedback to make us better. Like I said, the men and women that do that work take it very seriously and have a lot of pride in doing it well and doing it right. And so we welcome learning. Thank you.
And we appreciate your eyes on comment, because we stand ready to provide that to you any opportunity. So
Yeah.
thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you. And Sarah, thank you, and to the extended team for all that information gathering. Thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 11, the consent calendar. Is there any item that a council member would like to remove from the consent calendar? Is there any member of the public who would like to request that a consent item matter be removed? Anyone online?
Nobody in our virtual audience, and I see no hands raised in the meeting hall.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
A second.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Councilmember Kendall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's 5-0. So among other things that the council has just done is we have finally approved the ordinance prohibiting the use of gasoline powered leaf blowers. So on behalf of the council, I'd like to express our thanks to the members of the Environmental Task Force, past and present, including those here in the room, past Greg Moronic, who led the charge on this while he was on the Environmental Task Force, thanks to our city staff, the PTR and engineering and public works for taking the lead in converting the city to electric leaf blowers. And thanks to Finn Scout and Jamie Renton for their early advocacy. Okay. All right, we're on to item 12A, Pleasant Hill Road East Pathway Feasibility Update. Mr. Luttrop.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. It's all right. It's quite all right. As you may recall, at the May 8th City Council meeting, council directed staff to complete the design phase associated with the center median pathway design option. And at that city council meeting, the council asked staff to return to discuss the feasibility of other alignment options for the pathway. On the June 26th meeting, staff provided the city council with preliminary options and costs associated with a potential future study of alternatives to the current center median pathway design scheme. So some of these costs were to provide a strip map concept for an east side pathway and or a west side pathway. Each of those would cost $17,000. Provide a concept sketch for signalizing the ramp terminals on the east side. It's about $3,500. Basic traffic analysis for the signalized ramps, another $4,500. Develop design concept for signalized ramps, approximately $10,000. And once a final alternative design was arrived at, to develop full design plans and specifications without signal design work would be $110,000. So at that council meeting, the council deferred making a decision on the alternatives listed and asked staff to contact stakeholders with additional questions regarding the impacts that a center median or east side pathway design may have. So we went and asked a lot of people a lot of questions. The first one was we were asked to contact Acalanes Union High School and ask the school for their thoughts on the center median pathway project and how many kids they think use the pathway. I reached out to the superintendent and also to Principal Sean, and Principal Sean returned my call, and he said he thought about 50 kids rode their bike to school now, and he doesn't know how many would ride after the pathway is constructed, but he did say that he supported anything that would make safe bike paths and then would encourage more kids to ride their bikes to school. My coworker, Patrick Gollier, worked with Streetlight to get some data for us to try and get a feel for how many people are bicycling on this corridor. And from the data that he was able to gather, this is 2021 data during the school year, they found that during weekdays, Monday through Friday, it looks like there's something in the neighborhood of 18 cyclists coming from north of Deer Hill and something like 21 cyclists coming from the south. Doesn't really parse out, are these commuters who are getting a late start in the day, or are these parents riding their kids to Spring Hill? It doesn't get into that level of minutia, but it does talk about roughly that's how many cyclists there are. And this afternoon, Patrick handed me some more data because he was able to find out what the average trip lengths were. And for pedestrians during weekdays, it's 2 miles. And for bicyclists, it's 6 miles. So take that with a grain of salt, but if these are actually kids that are coming from points afar going to Acalanes or Spring Hill, that would sort of make sense to me. So you'd have bicyclists coming from maybe out in Burton Valley would be a far distance, and pedestrians coming from somewhere north of, say, Olympic. So I thought that was kind of interesting that I got at the last minute. Council also asked me to contact the bike community to ask them for input on the possible removal of the proposed bike lane on the southbound Pleasant Hill Road portion as part of it's proposed as part of the future trap lane that the Terraces project will be building. So I had a detailed conversation with Robert Prinz, who's the advocacy director for Bike East Bay. And he indicated that he had some concerns about the bike lane in the southbound direction being adjacent to the trap lane, because it can create an awkward weaving pattern, and putting bicyclists in the middle of that weaving pattern. He liked the idea of having a protected, dedicated bike facility, such as the center median pathway, or arguably the eastbound or the east side pathway, because it would get people who do not wish to be in that conflict zone out of it. He did indicate that he would like to still see sharrows on the street for the more advanced cyclists who wish to ride in the street. He also indicated that he would be willing to write a letter of support for the center median project if we asked him to. He also asked me to contact the fire district and ask them for a comment on the potential addition of a buffer that would be constructed along the east side of the road to separate vehicles from pedestrians on the sidewalk, and other concerns about emergency vehicle access and evacuation routes. And the first part of that question was, if the center median is constructed, what sort of buffer can we create on the east side to keep cars away from the pedestrians? And I made a little sketch for that I can share. Hopefully I can share with you. If I can find out where to plug this in.
Beatrix, Matt is using his laptop.
Okay. Well, we'll start with the rest of the explanation. So when I spoke with Fire Marshal Bachman about this, he indicated that his preference is for a configuration that would allow emergency vehicles to travel on the left side of any direction of travel, and have all the cars move to the right side, so that thank you, so that the emergency vehicles could get through. And with the construction of the center median pathway, we're using some of the real estate on the side of the road to accommodate the new configuration. So in spots, we won't have enough room on the side of the road for cars to go there. This is kind of zoomed in at Acalanes Avenue. And you can, this is right before you get, the right turn lane is over here onto Stanley. So here with the center median, you have a little over 10 feet. So cars can certainly pull over in that area. But if you go to the south, it pinches down. So cars wouldn't really be able to pull over in that location. And this is what it looks like now. So the way it looks now, we have almost 10 feet because we have a painted buffer between the bike lane and the vehicle lanes. So cars could, encroach in all of that and pull off to the side of the road. Interestingly, if we build the pathway project on the east side of the road, we will be encroaching into that same area to make the pathway wider and to create a buffer between that pathway and the vehicle. So in either option, you're going to be losing that pullover area, if you will, to one extent or another. I believe the east side pathway, it's not as severe an encroachment as you have with the center median, but either way, there's still not enough room for a car. I also discussed with him his thoughts on making a bulb out at Acalanes Avenue to keep people from treating that wider shoulder as just one elongated right turn pocket. And he did not see an issue with creating a bulb out there. He felt that a plastic bollard island or even a concrete island would be fine, because it doesn't take up much room. So cars could move forward or pull over sooner and still allow cars to move to the side of the road if there is room to move to the side of the road. So he didn't take particular issue with that. Okay, sorry, I lost my train of thought. So that was the fire marshal's comments. I also spoke with Chief Aldrett in our police department about his thoughts on the center median or east side pathway as it relates to emergency evacuation routes. And he indicated that his primary concern is going to the freeway, not going past it or going away from the freeway. So he was much more concerned about the southbound side of Pleasant Hill Road than the northbound side, because if you're on the northbound side, you've already gone past the freeway, whereas the southbound side, you're going to it. So he didn't see a particular issue with either the center median or the east side pathway. And then the real time consuming one was to contact Caltrans and discuss with them possible alternative pathway locations or enhancements that could be implemented on the east side of Pleasant Hill Road. And engineering staff and council members Geringer and Kendall were nice enough to meet with Greg Curry and I believe Patrick was there as well. Greg is the Caltrans pedestrian and bicycle branch chief for District 4. And he was very nice and listened to all of our concerns and indicated that he would contact all the people that we needed him to contact. He was in favor of pretty much all of the ideas that we had. He thought they were all good ideas, including center median pathway, east side pathway, with and without signalized on and off ramps, elimination of slip lanes at the Mount Diablo and Pleasant Hill Road, installation of raised crosswalks at the on and off ramps. He thought all of them were interesting ideas. He did indicate that Caltrans would only perform one courtesy review of a project. And after that, further reviews would need to be part of a formal project submittal. And that's typically when you have 100% plans and you're seeking an encroachment permit. I also got confirmation from other people at Caltrans about the process for getting an encroachment permit. They indicated that pretty much anything we do here is going to require us to go through a rather lengthy process, which I already knew in advance from having paved Pleasant Hill Road, because we have lots of non-standard design elements on this road. The shoulder widths aren't to their design standards, the center median. If we don't do a center median pathway, the existing center median is not to their design standards. So there's lots of things that we need to, it's called a design standard decision document. So it's basically a document where you explain why you're doing what you're doing And then they either approve of your rationale or they don't, and then they won't let you do it. And that can either be approved at the local level. Sometimes it needs to go to the state level for approval, depending on how interesting your ideas are. I also spoke via email with Mark Wong, who's the project manager for Caltrans. He talked to the Highway Operations Office about the signalization of the ramps. And he indicated that in order for them to consider the signalization of the ramps, they would need to see a traffic study that spoke to the traffic volumes, queue length information, delay calculations, ramp impacts, et cetera. And he also indicated that they would need to see minimal degradation to mainline operations to allow signalizing of the ramps. That concerned me because I think that will be a very difficult bar for us to get over, because as many people have pointed out in our public meetings, that the ramps, we do have traffic backing out onto Highway 24 on occasion, and many times nearly onto Highway 24. So as soon as we put a traffic signal at the end of the off ramps, I have grave concerns that that will be a minimal impact. I'm also somewhat concerned about traffic backing up at the on-ramps, because it would be located very, very near Pleasant Hill Road. So you wouldn't have much of a queue length. So once that traffic starts backing up onto Pleasant Hill Road, it would start impacting the through traffic, potentially impacting the through traffic on Pleasant Hill Road, as well as the off-ramp traffic from, it would be eastbound Highway 24 onto northbound Pleasant Hill Road. So those combined impacts leave me less than hopeful about that. I did talk to our design consultant to find out, well, what would this traffic study cost us if we wish to do that? And she indicated it would be about $30,000. Greg also kindly forwarded our center median project and east side design alternatives to the district design liaison to see if they'd be willing to provide preliminary high-level comments on the center median project and east side design alternatives. And to date, I have only received comments with regard to the process for applying for an encroachment permit, and an indication that we would need to enter into a revised maintenance agreement for any new facility within the Caltrans right of way. At this time, staff does not believe that additional information will be forthcoming until such time as we apply for an encroachment permit for the project. This time, the alternatives offered previously are still valid, and I'm looking for some direction on next steps.
Okay, thank you. We'll take questions from the council, and then we'll open it up to the public for comments, and then we'll bring it back to the council for discussion. So are there questions? Vice Mayor Dawson.
I just have a quick one regarding what you said, something about the medians not meeting standards right now. What is that? Can you explain that?
The median width that Caltrans wants to see is 12 feet. And no, 12 feet wide. So as you get down towards Mount Diablo, we got 12 feet. But once you get underneath the freeway, it necks down to, I think it's 7 feet, and it stays 7 feet until you get to the left turn pocket for going up Deer Hill. And then it's down to about 4 feet, 3 or 4 feet, if I remember correctly. So they'd want all that to be at least 12.
Can I follow up? Are they going to require us, if we get an encroachment permit for either one of the projects?
The beautiful thing is if we do the center median project, we have a 12-foot
I
median.
hear you. Yes, but is this a require, like, if we do an encroachment permit, are they going to require us to do all of these changes to it, or are they just going to recommend that we do changes?
Well, it would be part of our design standards decision document. And if we said, I don't want to do a 12-foot median, we would need to explain why and what the impacts are and why we can't do one. I'm not hopeful if we respond with because we don't want to, that being well received. I did some rough sketches of what the east side path, how the east side pathway would impact things if we completely reconstruct the center median as part of doing the east side pathway. Because remember, the center median project called for shifting the lanes over towards the west. So if you continue shifting everything to the west and then just don't use all that real estate, you know, you were going to use 22 feet for the center median. If you only use 12 feet and just make it a regular median, not for bikes or anything, now you have 10 feet that you can use for the east side pathway if that's the direction you wish to go. And that's about what you need to make that work. So I think we would ultimately end up with a 12-foot wide median on Mount Diablo Boulevard, or not Mount Diablo, Pleasant Hill Road, irrespective of the design, unless of course we came up with something different than east side or center.
Okay, other questions? Oh, please.
So, thank you. A really great report. And thank you for, it took a while to get all this information. And thank you for using Streetlight. Yay. Getting real data. Really
Thank Patrick for
great.
that. I
Good
had
job,
to
Patrick.
play with it. He said it was less than intuitive.
So 2 questions. That center, you know, the thing you just put down, sorry, there was a striped shoulder.
Yeah,
And is that part of the current design for the center median anyway, or is that something new for?
that was something
The chief.
new because the council asked me to, this is in one of the meetings, I don't remember which one, to look at, well, what can you do as part of the center median pathway project to the east side to make the east side better and ameliorate some of the concerns that people had with regard to cars moving closer to the sidewalk. So that's what this striping was intended to do. So for example, over here, this shoulder would be.
Oh, I
striped
understand
out.
those in the middle. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I'm talking about the one in the middle.
The middle here?
Yeah, that one.
That's just the pathway.
No. The middle is the median. There's
Oh,
another
you
stripe,
mean
that
this-
one.
This piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's just the striped out area that you typically put in to accommodate, to create the turn pocket, because over here is where the turn pocket starts. So conceivably, if you wanted to, you could make this space here landscaped. If you wanted to soften the center median pathway design a bit, that area could be a landscape feature. And you could do the same thing down towards Mount Diablo, where we already have a really, really wide median. You could convert some of that area to landscaping to soften it.
Mhm. Great. Right. And next one. So the Caltrans meeting, I totally agree. The guy for the bike safety or engineering staff, Caltrans pedestrian and bicycle branch chief. He did agree that he liked all of these things and said there was a new Caltrans policy that said safety is important for pedestrians, you know, and that was all great. But then, and he even said that they were going to make a little trade-off between performance, you know, levels of delays and service and safety. It was like, he was much less concerned about the impacts on traffic with the possible streetlights.
Right, but he did indicate that it is up to the Highway Operations Division to make that decision.
Okay.
And he said they're not quite on board with that policy decision
at
yet.
least.
So will they be in 5-10 years? I don't know,
Okay.
but ultimately the highway operations people said, you need to tell us what the impact is first.
Right.
And then we'll talk to you about it.
And so my thought on the traffic light on the off ramp, and this is what I thought we were talking to him about, was it'll be only signalized if you do have somebody that wants to walk, right? And so to me, they're putting these RFFPs in there, right? Which is the same delay. Well, yeah, you put it on and somebody goes through and then the traffic will move again, right? So there is a delay. Right? And I don't imagine the street light would be that much longer than that, or,
Well, it depends, because the RRFBs,
Uh-huh.
there's nothing preventing people from driving through it. So if someone walks through quickly or rides their bicycle through quickly,
Mhm.
cars can go real quick. A traffic signal, you push the button and you're gonna wait probably 15, 20 seconds before you can go. No matter how fast the person goes across that intersection, 'cause you gotta wait for the cycle time. The street light isn't that smart. So that's the principal difference
but
between.
wouldn't they
the
have a
two.
right turn on red if nobody was there?
No,
Why?
well, you wouldn't have a right turn on red. It would be green if no one was there.
Well, I know, if, like, if the person walked across or the bike went across, wouldn't they be allowed to turn?
No, because it's not a right turn, it's a through.
Okay, so you were just thinking about them put him on the angle, like
Yeah,
basically it's just a
you'd put 'em
straight.
You'd put them at where the crosswalks are right now.
Okay.
So if you had a 90-degree intersection,
Sure.
for example, then you could conceivably do a right turn
Mhm.
on red. However, as we're finding in many locations in Lafayette, there are some serious downsides to right turns on red in terms of pedestrians having close calls or getting hit by
Right.
cars.
Got it. Thank you. I thank you.
You bet.
Okay, just to clarify, where we are after the Caltrans discussion is that at a minimum, we would have to do this $30,000 survey to demonstrate that there's not a backup or a degradation of traffic flow before we'd have a chance of getting their approval.
Yes, for the traffic signals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what happens if we don't do traffic signals and just keep the RFPs or whatever,
You could do that.
right?
I'm just talking about the traffic signals. Okay, so if we wanted to be in a position, because we have in the May meeting, the council approved proceeding with the design on the center median. So that's going to happen. There was no decision made about constructing the center median. It was to design the center median and then we would look at it. If we wanted to be in a position where we could analyze, do a comparative analysis of the two, what would we have to spend in order to do that? A, if we wanted to have traffic signals, and B, if we didn't.
So if you wanted to include the traffic signal option, it would be about $60,000. If you don't want to include the traffic signal option, it would be about $30,000.
Okay, and can you just give us a little more detail about what's in, what's
Sure.
in that?
So the $30,000 without the traffic signal would be providing a strip map concept drawing for the east side pathway with a summary of pros and cons and potential impacts. So that would look a little bit like the map that we have for the center median. Then you would want well, actually it might be a little less than 30. It would be 27. Well, actually, you know what? It would be $17,000 if all you want is that strip map so that you could talk to the public about what you want to do. So that would be no signal or no signals. If you want to do the signals, you would be adding $3,500 for a basic concept sketch, and then another $10,000 for more of a detailed design concept for the signalized ramps. That's what you would need if you were going to go to Caltrans and say, hey, we want to build these signalized ramps. And then it would be another $30,000 for the traffic study. So yeah, it would actually be 17,000 and So it can make me do math in my head. 43,000 for this extra for the signal version.
Okay, so if we were to do it without the signals, is it your view that the strip map concept drawing would give us sufficient information to do a comparison? Or would you think we'd have to go further down the design road?
It would probably give you a very good starting point. But I can tell you what one of the cons would be right off the bat if you eliminate the traffic signal, which is you haven't solved the stated problem, which is the conflicts between pedestrians, cyclists, and cars. You've just put them right at the ramps. So I don't know if that would satisfy the public's concerns or the stated goals.
Yeah, we've just started to answer my next question, which is between those two options. I mean, would you even suggest we go forward without the lights? I mean, is there
from an engineering standpoint and a traffic safety standpoint, I don't see the point in doing an east side pathway if you can't eliminate the conflict at the ramps. Because that's the whole reason behind why we're doing this project. Any project in this area in the first place is to try and make the corridor as safe as we can for people using it. And that would seem to dull that safety a bit.
Okay, thank you. Are there last call for questions? Okay, we'll open it for public comment. Are there any speaker slips?
The city council is now taking public comments on item 12A. And I have one speaker slip for persons in the meeting hall, and our first speaker is Janet Thomas.
Hi, Matt. Hi, staff, mayor, city council. I really appreciate, Matt, your getting the information that was requested. But I'm here tonight again as someone who is a proponent of doing more research and investigation into the east side pathway, Pleasant Hill Road. I think I'm joined by most of my neighbors and certainly a number of other community members who would really like to see more study done on that as a viable alternative versus the median strip. And I really do feel, since we're calling this Safe Routes to Acalanes, it would be important and actually not that hard to get much more information from Acalanes about desirability and potential usage of both of the alternatives. And I would help in that effort if need be. As someone who's lived in the neighborhood, I just want to remind City Council, I've lived in the neighborhood for 39 years. That is right off of Acalanes Avenue, and I've taught at Acalanes High School. I feel the best way to make the corridor safe is to improve the existing east side path, as I mentioned. Over the past year, we've given you many reasons why we think this is better, but I want to outline again a number of the remedies that I feel would dramatically improve safety, and which is our main goal. First, strategic cutting of vegetation near the ramps. That would improve driver, biker, and pedestrian visibility. Improvement of signage on the on and off ramps. The signage is awful right now. In addition of blinking lights. I don't think that we need signals. Now, we could possibly even look into stop signs. But I think that blinking lights, possibly stop signs, would help. Brightly painting, shifting the crosswalks a little bit. They're in an awkward position. That would improve awareness. Replacing the current side with a much wider pathway that would allow two-way biking, walking, and jogging. It would eliminate northbound bikers now who use the green painted lane. They have to cross over a lane of car traffic to get to the right side of the road, and that would be eliminated. And I think that's a huge safety concern. And also taking out the merge onto Highway 24 lane at the east corner of Pleasant Hill Road and Mount Diablo Boulevard near the Vets Hospital, taking that merge lane off and replacing it with a right turn. That I think that is really important. And aside from safety considerations, simply making the whole pathway more attractive, resurfacing and landscaping, I really think would enhance the comfort and for both people using that and also for drivers. This is an entrance into our city. I feel such changes would be easier to implement, more acceptable to the public, cheaper and safer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions?
May I?
Councilmember Garrett.
Yes, Teresa.
Hi,
Hi,
Janet.
Ms. Garrett.
So it's okay. I'm Ms. Thomas. So I hear you on the different improvements. And again, it's kind of back to the conflicts at that location. And so you're saying that the flashing lights maybe stop. I mean, how do you really see, because I have walked through there and, you know, agree that some things can be cut down, but it is very dangerous. I would never ride a bike through there. I admire people, you know, who do. Which of those elements actually solve for that those conflicts
I
there?
think signage on the off ramps and on ramps, big, better signage. And there is almost no visibility now. Drivers coming from the off ramps to see in either direction. The vegetation really obstructs visibility. The crosswalks themselves are placed at an awkward angle. That configuration I would like to see changed. And I really think flashing lights, you know, alerting people. And I think a stop sign might be a possibility. Stopping at the on-ramp or off-ramp and stop, look, you know, and I would like to see that investigated. So I, as someone who walks and has biked when I'm, you know, in younger years, and I see kids bike, and every time I see one, I say, do you ever feel unsafe doing this? They don't. We have runners from the cross-country team using that. There's so many. I see the median strip. It's not a perfect, neither of them is perfect. I mean, you know, some of my objections to the median strip, and a lot of that is getting to the median strip. That poses problems. And talk about increasing wait time on the on and off ramps. It's going to really slow down traffic as well. And that's going to create some problems on the highway. So neither of these is perfect. I agree. But I don't think that signals necessarily are the answer. I have, again, some of it is also just public education. If there is a larger pathway there, I think it's going to heighten anyone who drives that corridor regularly. It's going to heighten their awareness that there are bikers and pedestrians in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Our next speaker in the meeting room is Stella Witherspoon.
Good evening, Council. As you know, I advocate for pursuing grant funding for an alternatives analysis of an east side multi-use path with ramp controls such as stop signs like Janet Thomas just mentioned, or signals, or ramp configuration and ramp reconfiguration. And I'm glad that Caltrans is giving higher weight to bike ped alterations of its infrastructure, and that's because it's adopted the safe systems approach very recently. So this information that you've received from Caltrans is new, and it really opens up possibilities. The key flaw of the ramps is that they're uncontrolled. They're the reason that the city had a Pleasant Hill Road corridor study on the books from 2009 to 2020. And they're also the reason that a center median path was proposed. However, center median path that leaves the ramps as is not the right solution. There's already a 6 foot wide sidewalk and an adjacent 8 to 9 foot bike lane plus buffer with buffer. And the city should evaluate consolidating those into a multi-use path in conjunction with ramp modifications or controls. And a 10 foot path with a 6 foot buffer on one side is really exactly what's being proposed for the center median, except center median has an extra side, so it needs an extra 6 feet. I understand the highway operation studies are needed to determine the possibilities of ramp controls and the effect on mainline operations. And I think the city should absolutely pursue funding for those. You need to understand the mainline effects. And I think they need to be measured and analyzed and really not hypothesized about. We just need to measure to understand. So I'm not saying that a center median path is good or bad, but rather that we just don't know if it's better or worse than an alternative. And that's why I think the city should pursue funding for that alternatives analysis before seeking funding for construction of the center median, because I feel an expenditure of significant public funds requires a thorough evaluation of all alternatives. And I have a couple questions on attachment 1, the diagram, which maybe I'll just read out and then maybe afterwards Matt can answer. So I'm wondering about the measure of the buffer close to the right side of the drawing. So it's at the very far right end near the margin. It just looks very small compared to the 6'2" buffer that's at the corner of Acalanes Avenue. And my second question is, what's the measure of the buffer south of the right edge of the drawing? So if we go off the drawing, what's going on over there? How close is the traffic to the sidewalk? Because the parking lanes are gone, the bike lanes are gone. Is there going to be a buffer, and how large is it? The traffic speeds south of Acalanes Avenue are the highest. And I've never seen a clear schematic of the proposed buffer for that stretch where the parking's removed and the traffic lanes are shifted immediately adjacent to the sidewalk. The sidewalk north of Acalanes Avenue that's on the diagram has adjacent traffic already because it's the turn lane, but the speeds are lower because traffic's slowing down to make the turn. Quick question additionally is the northbound left turn pocket is lengthened for the terraces, I thought. And so I'm wondering, is this the actual length of it, or is it really going to become longer? Because compared to the existing, it doesn't look a whole lot longer. And then last comment is just the northbound freeway off-ramp traffic is very fast, and the merging lanes have always been hazardous to through traffic. There's a new speed radar sign, which is great, and it encourages the through traffic.
I have to ask you to
35,
wrap
but
up.
the problem is the merging. So the mergers don't see the sign. They fly off the off-ramp like they always have. Your through traffic is going 35, hopefully, and there's a speed differential there that's now increased, and it's dangerous. And so I think
Really
it's
going to have
another
to
reason
ask you to wrap up.
control the ramps, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you.
There are no speakers slips for persons in the meeting hall. I have 3 speakers via Zoom. Cheryl McDonald, followed by Joe Thomas, and then Michelle Greer. Oh, Cheryl has put her hand down, so we'll go to Joe Thomas.
Oh, Cheryl put her hand down. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. I just briefly wanted to weigh in on the traffic signal. That I think that could be, as Matt alluded to, could be a dangerous idea. That there's already a really pretty bad backup when there's traffic on 24, and that make it only worse. I actually saw a rear end there recently, so I think that could be a mistake. But I'm in favor of the east sidewalk proposal. I think everyone I've spoken to, which has been in favor of that. I really haven't spoken to anyone in Lafayette or the surrounding areas who has been in favor of the center median proposal, partly because they don't believe that they would use it. It seems like the center median proposal is really focused on bikers. But I think pedestrians and have kind of been not looked at closer, because everyone who I've spoken with says that if a center median was built, they would still walk and run on the east sidewalk. I ran cross country for Acalanes. I ran track for Acalanes. I lived in the neighborhood my whole life. I've run down that corridor over 1,000 times, never felt unsafe. Ran with my fellow runners down that corridor, never felt unsafe on the east sidewalk. I now currently coach cross country. I've been coaching for a while now. I almost assure you that the runners at Acalanes, which or in the hundreds, who use that Pleasant Hill corridor very frequently, I'm sure you've all seen them, will not use the center median. They're not going to wait at a traffic light, sit there for a minute or plus, and then run into a center median for a quarter mile, and then sit at another traffic light and then run out of a center median. It just simply won't happen. They will use the east sidewalk still. They will continue to use the east sidewalk still. I don't know anyone who, and that's just kind of gonna happen and will happen in the future. And so if you are putting all this work into center median and just keeping the east sidewalk the same, I think this is a huge detriment to runners and pedestrians. I think if we spent our time and money into focusing on an east sidewalk, making that safer, which people will actually use, and everyone I've spoken to will actually use and want to use. I think that's the much better alternative. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you.
Michelle Greer, followed by Robert Lavoie.
Thank you, City Council. Wanted to just let you know, I know I've spoken a lot on this issue and decided to do a little bit of research myself. Last week on Friday at about 10 a.m., I walked over to Acalanes High School to count the number of bikes in the bike rack, and I counted 23. And I don't think there are any more than 23 bikers on any given day, because those bike racks, there's only 2, they're very small, and they were literally bursting with bikes. So if Acalanes High School, the principal there, wanted to start a movement or have more people bike to school, then why not have more bike racks for their students to get to and from school? And I think the answer is clear, because the desire and the feasibility is just not there. Weather permitting, instruments, sports equipment, heavy backpacks, these are things that prevents high school students, and I'm going to say it too, coolness factor, from biking to school. And I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and let's say that half of those bikes are coming from south of the Pleasant Hill Road and Stanley intersection, with approximately 1,200 students at Acalanes High School. I'm not quite sure if that's the number that I've been quoted. That's 1% of the Acalanes student population that could potentially use this path. And so then let's also talk about the signaling. The traffic signaling at the ramps, you're worried about traffic backup. What's going to happen when there's a traffic signal in the middle of Pleasant Hill Road that is being pushed, let's say 12 different times between 8 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. when traffic is at its worst? I've started a Facebook group called A Smart Route to Acalanes, where I have posted pictures and videos of this intersection at its worst moments between 8 and 8:30 a.m. I welcome anybody in the community to join. I welcome City Council to join. Look at these videos. Look at the mayhem that is already happening on this major corridor. And in a perfect world, everybody would bike to wherever they needed to go all the time. But in reality, people are using Pleasant Hill Road from Pleasant Hill, from Martinez, from Concord, from Walnut Creek, from all over Contra Costa County, and it's not feasible for them to bike. So in order to upheave everybody's life that uses Pleasant Hill Road with cars and has to use cars, for potentially 12 bicyclists that want to bike to Acalanes High School, I just don't see the point. Also, I take my 2 small children on this current sidewalk.
Wrap up.
I take them on that current sidewalk down to the Lafayette Moraga Trail all the time on bikes. I have never felt unsafe crossing those freeway sidewalks, and my children have never felt unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Ms. Greer, I missed one thing. You said 1%. What was that calculation based on? The bike rack, number of bikes in the bike rack? She's gone. Okay. All right.
I'm here. I just had to unmute myself. If there are 23 bikes in the bike racks, and there's 1,200 students, at
Oh.
Akalani's, and let's say half of those bikes would use the bike path, that's 1% of the
Okay.
Akalani student population.
Thank you. And then
You're welcome.
I take it that in terms of alternatives, you would favor not having stoplights on the east side.
Not having stoplights on the east side where?
At the
At the 24?
At the off ramps, yeah, the 24 off ramps.
If the data shows that that is the best option, then I'm in favor for it. What I think is lacking here is that there's no real data to show what a middle of the road bike path will do to traffic times.
Okay.
And
Thank
if
you
you were
very
to look at it now, it's a mess.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Rob Lavoy.
Hello again.
Welcome.
It was really great to get some actual data. And I was not at all surprised about the traffic counts from the name of that company I can't think of, Streetlight. But it certainly seems like the concept of spending $3 million for 21 bikes is not where we should be focusing our hard-earned money. But I heard some comments from Janet that I thought were helpful. The idea of straightening out the weird angles where the bikes cross the car lanes. I think that's a great idea. When you're riding your bike, it can be really tricky making those sharp curves, and there's no reason that they need to be that sharp. So straightening that out or putting in a nice curve so that you can just, make that corner without anything abrupt. And I think the blinking lights would be sufficient for people coming off the freeway. Certainly clearing the brush so that people can actually see the people in the sidewalk. And I guess the only other thing that might be a good idea is if you had the ones that blink across the crosswalk. But I think the ones on the sign would be sufficient to alert people that there's somebody in the crosswalk. And I really think there's enough room in that existing sidewalk, and by just straightening it out and making it nicer to make that into a really nice walkway. And they could landscape the Caltrans side if somebody really wants to go crazy. The only other thing was that if you come up to Akalani's Road and make an angle there, you could go off on the East Bay Mud median over to Akalani's and just have a really super nice bikeway away from the cars. My final point would be, I think we need to rethink the pinch point at Akalani's Road, where they've chopped off one lane. So you go from 3 lanes down to 2, creates a traffic mess. And leave that as a shared lane between the people getting ready for right turns off of Stanley and people merging on from the freeway to get over into the traffic, rather than having that abrupt stop. I think that's really bad for traffic. So I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Our last speaker is Brad Rosenthal.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time and your continued attention to this matter. I'm a proponent of evaluating the East Side alternative, as you most likely know. I have a few comments and questions here tonight. Number one is I'm keen on understanding where Patrick got the data regarding the average trip length. I think I heard 6 miles. I just don't know how that was obtained. I understand there's some maybe street lights, but how do you actually figure out that someone went 6 miles? Unclear to me. I think maybe we can get some answers from him. The second is on the Bullard Island. So I have 2 issues with this. The first is that it will likely push more people to Akalani's Avenue because it will kind of cut off the right-hand turn lane going into Stanley. The second is related to the emergency vehicles that the fire marshal Bachman brought up. Vehicles won't, if we cut down that right-hand turn lane, we won't get to, the vehicles won't be able to pass on the left side of the street, the emergency vehicles, which I don't understand how that would potentially work. By the way, I'm seeing my timer at 6 seconds, but I don't think I actually had a full 3 minutes here. I don't what's going on.
Yeah, 2 more minutes.
Thank you. Okay, the third is related to the interaction with Acalanes. So keen on understanding when Matt reached out to Eric Sean. I have an email from him from last week saying that he spoke with the city last year, but hasn't been reached out by anyone this year. So confused of, I guess, maybe what's going on there. Happy to forward the email I have from Eric Sean to the city council if you could all like to see it. The fourth is, I think we should really study student demand. We can do an outreach to Acalanes, ask the students. There are precedents for surveys on projects like this. Valencia Street did a survey. The Contra Costa countywide bike and pedestrian path did a survey. Caltrans Bay Area bicycle plan did a survey. 511 Contra Costa, which connected Northern California, that the bike plan did a survey. San Mateo did a survey, and on and on and on. So we should be doing surveys on demand to understand what the usage will look like before we go spend $4 million and create a whole bunch of disruption. So in Eric Law's email that we have from him, he said he would actually be supportive of a survey to the extent the city reached out to him to help conduct one. So to me, this is a very low level of effort and would cost us $0 to do a survey. So why wouldn't we do one unless we are afraid of what the data will show? So the last thing, or not the last thing, but the second to last is I've also been monitoring the bike racks over at Acalanes. 23 is the highest number I have seen. So with that, 23,000 vehicles go through this intersection every day for 23 bikers. Traffic will get worse for 23,000 cars for 23 bikes. It just, to me, that just doesn't make sense. We should look at an alternative that will not cause as much disruption to anyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much. Are there any additional speakers?
I saw Cheryl's hand go up. Cheryl, do you want to speak? If so, please raise your hand again. Yes, Cheryl McDonald, here she is.
Oh, thank you for taking my comment. A lot of people already brought up a really good point, so I'm not going to take my whole 3 minutes here. Janet Thomas and many of the many of the speakers that spoke, I'm in favor of pursuing alternative ideas on the east side of the boulevard. I think when you've heard people talk about Moraga Boulevard and doing signaling there and having Adele Groner has talked about, or Adele has talked about putting an overpass for pedestrians so that we don't have those push buttons to get kids to Lafayette Elementary School. We're doing the same thing except for on steroids here at the Acalanes High School crosswalk. And so I just think that we need to either look at the alternatives or go over. But please listen to all the comments that people made earlier. I support them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? No, thank you very much.
Mayor Anduri, there are no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, we'll bring the discussion back to the council. There were several questions raised during the public comment. Is Witherspoon asked about the buffer? Do you, at several points, would you be able to address those questions?
Oh, goodness. I hope I remember what they were. So the buffer that she was referencing, and yeah, if I can get my computer's display up, I think she was asking, one of them was over here, it's 6.2 feet. And down here, it's much narrower. And she wanted to know what was going on to the right of this. Well, to the right of this, where it starts flaring out, that's the off-ramp is right here. So that's why it's flaring out. There is a bit of a pinch point here, but that's because the whole road just pinches there. So yeah, that's the buffer on that side. Oh, what's happening way down to Mount Diablo? It's, I believe most of that, it's about a 2 to 3 foot buffer between the edge of the travel lane and the face of curb. So it's still pretty tight. Is that all the buffer questions? It was a while ago. I forgot. You rambled off a lot of them. You had something about the left turn lane too. Yeah. Yes, it does. So that what I have drawn here does show the length of the terrace's left turn pocket.
Okay. All right. And then Mr. Rosenthal asked about the data that Patrick brought about the trip length data. I assume you don't know the.
I did talk to Patrick because I wanted to know what Scary Voodoo allowed him to figure out what the average length of travel was. And my understanding of how the streetlight data set works is it's captured from cell phone data. So you make indications on a map and say, here's where I want data gathered. And it will tell you, well, this cell phone, started 12 miles away before it got here, or 2 miles or 6 miles. So that's how that average length is determined. That's my understanding of it.
Okay, so it came from streetlight data.
It's all streetlight data.
Okay, and just so everyone's aware, the city gets the use of streetlight data through the county. Is that correct?
Yes, at thank you, at CCTA, and we get a nicely discounted cost, which is helpful. So we're trying to use that data more to see how useful it is. And I would like to point out one thing, because there seems to be a little bit of a narrative going on that this is only for people, this path is only for people going to school. It's not only for people going to school. If you look at the streetlight data from my staff report, yeah, there were 21 students. There were 150 people using this, users. So there are a whole lot of people using this corridor for cycling. It's not just for students. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that this is not just for students. It's for the entire community who wishes to use it.
Okay, thank you for making that point. Then there were several improvements suggested, and I'm just curious what involvement would be necessary from Caltrans for these improvements. The first is taking out the merge, when you're going north on Pleasant Hill Road and going on to 24 at Mount Diablo Boulevard.
Yeah, the slip lane. That is one that we are going to include as part of the center median pathway design. We're going to include getting rid of the slip lane.
Okay, and does that require Caltrans?
It most definitely requires Caltrans approval.
Okay, and what's the likelihood of getting that?
I'm hopeful, although after my conversations with Caltrans, my hope is tempered. But I would like to think that that one would be one of the easier lifts, because there have been study after study after study documenting that slip lanes are very dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists.
Okay, and then second is signage on the off ramps. Is that any difficulty getting that from Caltrans?
We could make requests. I don't know what signage in particular is desired. But Caltrans, I suspect, will be pretty persnickety about what they do with their signage on their off ramps. The city has no jurisdiction, so it would be up to Caltrans to decide if they want to do something or not.
Okay.
Same with the vegetation clearing.
And third is putting stop signs, just plain old stop signs.
Yeah, I don't think that's even remotely possible because they're non-warranted. So warranted meaning not warranted like, oh, we don't like them, but warranted is a technical term where if there's not a technical reason to put stop signs in, such as high cross flow traffic in an four-way intersection, that's how you analyze stop signs. And this would not be warranted, and they wouldn't be adhered to by a large percentage of the public because they're not warranted.
Okay, and then reconfiguring the crosswalks, changing the angle of the crosswalks.
Yeah, I'm not sure I was entirely following what the desire was there. Because right now the crosswalks are set up to be the shortest distance possible across the ramps. It's at a 90-degree. So I didn't understand if the idea was they wanted the crosswalks to occur closer to Pleasant Hill Road and be more in line with Pleasant Hill Road rather than the ramp, which would mean you would have a dramatically longer crosswalk going across the on and off ramp traffic, which if that's the case, I would strongly discourage that because you want to keep the crossing distance as short as possible.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, Councilmember?
Okay, so the stop sign, I get it. You say it's not warranted, and we've, as a term you've educated us on. How are you justifying the light if it's not warranted? Wouldn't it be the same kind of criteria, right?
No, because a
No?
light, you're pushing the button and saying, hi, I would please like to cross, please stop. The stop sign is a stop sign is a stop sign.
Okay,
Doesn't matter.
got
if
it. Thank you.
anybody's there.
Okay.
Okay, and any other questions? All right, so discussion.
I'll ask him one
Councilmember.
more question. Since you mentioned vegetation management, I was going to just, this is, we've heard about this in a couple meetings, the problem with vegetation, problem, we heard it again today. Has there been any request by our city of Caltrans to go cut down the vegetation and improve the visibility since our initial meetings? Have we approached them to?
Not to my knowledge. However, I can certainly just do that myself. You can do
Okay.
it on the website. They have a maintenance request form.
Okay.
But I'll go out.
Could we ask you to?
Yeah, make some measures.
As a follow-up.
See, because they're going to want to know how much,
Right.
Well,
all the vegetation
There's
or.
probably a person in the room that could tell you.
Well, I think there have been some citizen requests for.
Right. So what I want to do is go out there and see what the site distance is, because that's what Caltrans is going to base it on, is their site distance criteria. So if I can point out anything at any of the on and off ramps that is not meeting their site distance criteria, it'll be easy to get the vegetation cleared.
Thank you very much for following up.
You bet.
And that, I would second that. That was one of that. First of all, thank you for asking all the questions about how viable are all of the ways to address conflicts on the east side at the ramps, Mayor. And then on the visibility, I absolutely echo that. I wrote it down. We've been talking about that the whole time. I'm happy to also go out. I can tell you exact bushes, but I'm not clear there on Caltrans. Stella has also submitted requests. I've talked to people, through CCTA, have asked for requests. And so anything we can officially do, Matt, would be great, because that's something that we can do right now that will help that. So thank you.
Okay, so now
I just have a quick question. When are the flashing lights going to be installed? I thought that was a summertime project.
They are currently working on it.
Oh, they're working on it. Yeah.
I think last month they were putting in the electrical lines going across the street. Who knows when they'll finish? It's part of a
Okay.
very large project.
But it's in the works, right?
Yeah.
In Lafayette. Okay, great. Thank you.
okay, so now we're at the question, substantive discussion. Well, I'll try in terms of decision tree. I mean, we need to, well, possibly tonight, the council could make a decision that we know enough about the east side and we want to not proceed, but we don't want to look at the east side any further. We want to wait until the central pathway design is completed. And remember, we have made no decision as to whether that would be built or we'd seek funds for the building, or we would encourage the advocacy group to seek funds, which they have said they would do. Okay, so that's one alternative, is we don't go down the east side route at all. Second, if we do go down the east side route, the first decision is, because of the financial impact of it, is do we look at traffic signals at the off ramps, or do we just go with the way they are now? And then the question is, is the 17,000 a strip map study, we all feel that would be sufficient to go ahead and would that give us enough information? And then the final, if we got that far, the final question is, how would we finance that? Would we direct staff to seek a grant to finance that, which would be equivalent then to what happened with the center median, or would we authorize it out of the general fund? So that's what I see as the decision tree. So is there, we'll just open it. We won't take it in that order. We'll just take general discussions as to how people feel about those questions. Councilmember Geringer.
Okay, so actually, then if we go down the path of doing option 1 in the staff report, which is provide a strip map concept drawing for East Side multi-user pathway with summary of pros and cons and potential impacts for an approximate cost of $17,000. I should back up. Then there's nothing that we need to do right now for Caltrans. I'm trying to figure out where that 30,000, that's if we're ready to go forward with something and we're going to do anything. We're going to have to ask Caltrans to do anything along the ramps, where the $30,000 study comes in that you also have in here.
Right, that's if you want to do the signalization. Although
Okay.
with the 17,000, that just gets you the strip map. So maybe a little direction for staff on what we would do after we have the strip map would be helpful.
So then my question is, and this is me, I am not an engineer or drawing maps. What we get a level of detail higher than you doing this drawing, which include, this is about the center median, but what do we get for the $17,000?
You would get something that looks like the strip map that we had for the pathway project. So it's not a whole lot more level of detail than my sketches here. Yeah, so it's basically a nice visual that you can use for public presentations and discussions of what it would look like.
Okay, but would it be fair to say that we would get a more detailed level of pros and cons than council members as laypersons would be able to identify?
One would hope that, although you're all very bright, I'm not sure they would get a whole lot more than what we could come up with on our own, but we would get a professional analysis of the pros and cons of both systems.
Oh, I would actually go ahead, because I was going to maybe say, and anyway, go to an outcome.
Councilmember Kendall.
So, so for the $17,000, it's now, I thought we were going to really change the on and off ramps to put in the lights. And you're saying, no, we're not really doing that. We're just kind of throwing them down there with the current off ramp configuration, right? And so my question is this strip map concept drawing, would that same thing apply with the streetlights or without the streetlights?
The general alignment would probably be the same,
Okay.
but some of the details of how it would work wouldn't be included in the 17,000.
But the general alignment, I mean, that's
The general alignment of the pathway would be there, but not enough details and not enough information for Caltrans to render any opinions on streetlights.
fine. I get that, but at least the general, you're imagining the general configuration will be pretty
Of the
close.
pathway.
And so we could, in our heads, we can imagine if we put them down, we can make a decision. So kind of tier the decision tree, right?
Okay, can
That's what I was getting at.
just follow up on that. Okay, in the original options, you had one for concept sketch for signalized ramp terminals. That was an additional 3,500. What I understood was that if we wanted to introduce streetlights, we weren't going to get enough information to make a decision with the $17,000 study. So we would need the 3,500 and than the 10,000 for develop design concept, right? So if that's why I'm saying lights or no lights is a decision, because if it's lights, then it's more money.
And-
Okay. I interrupted you. No, good. Oh, no, but, okay. And do you have any other questions or comments?
Are we going to just comments at this point?
Actually,
Going away.
No, we're discussing it.
Great, super.
Yeah.
so anyway, sorry, I didn't continue down the line of questioning because, so the question, if we only do the concept and it's kind of come out over here, we're not addressing the conflicts, which is the whole point of this exercise to begin with, or to bring us back to. So we're still discussing, but the $17,000 doesn't, to me, give us enough information to talk about how to address that as an alternative. And we kind of got there with the mayor and following up on that in terms of going down the path of looking at the signalized ramp terminals. And that's the only thing that's in this cost, but in talking about other changing of the angles and all of those things, are there additional thing? Actually, I'm trying not to go directly to where it is, but anyway, so I think that if we're going to do the additional study, it would be number one. And so the strip map concept drawing, it would be number 3, looking at a sketch for signalized ramp terminals on the east side. And maybe there's something else that we need to look out there, because we've heard a couple of things tonight that the signalized ramp terminals lights would maybe not be as effective. But just for the point of discussion right now, the basic traffic analysis of the signalized traffic ramps, $4,500, and then develop a design concept. My question is, can we get information from everything up to the design concept, or it feels like we would need to have that too, to really have the pros and cons and all the data and everything we're going to need to give to Caltrans to be able to have them talk to us about doing this east side project.
Right. So you could add all of those things into your initial swing at this, except for the $30,000 detailed traffic study, so that we could present it to the public and say, conceptually, this is what it'll look like without signals. This is what it'll look like with signals. Here's the traffic analysis we did to see what will happen to the flow of traffic on Pleasant Hill Road, which quite frankly is the part we're going to be worried about. If you put signals in, that'll get us that kind of information. Because I suspect if you say that putting in signals is going to add a 15-second delay on Pleasant Hill Road going past the ramps, that may make the signals not overly popular. And then you don't need to worry about Caltrans, because our own community will have told us, please don't do that. So you could spend $30,000 to get clarity from the public as to what they think the east side should look like. And if it happens to include signals, then spend the extra $30,000 to do the full traffic study to see if Caltrans will let us do the signals.
Okay, now is that you're at that point now, okay?
So where are you going to get the data to estimate the traffic based on current pedestrian counts on the pathway? Or, I mean, like, I'm trying to imagine how you're going to estimate the traffic impacts based on how many people are going to use the east side pathway, I guess, when it's constructed.
Right. So I suspect what our consultant will do is exactly what they did with the center median, which has created some confusion about the center median, because the assumption is lots of people will use it. So especially during school drop off and pick up, high commute times, you're going to get a signal activation every time. I would assume they would do the exact same thing for the on and off ramp signalization will assume a signal activation pretty frequently.
I just have
Ms.
another
Mayor
question
Dawson.
about, in general surveying, it's one thing that this great idea for center media, and now we have another good idea for the east side. But it is true, we don't have real data accumulated, and we don't have the alternatives. We're kind of working backwards in a way. And figuring out how we might spend money that we actually don't have to allocate towards this. In fact, it leads to another agenda item coming up. So it's almost like, this is, I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse in so many ways. Even though safety is the priority, what we're kind of looking at is not taking, at least as the alternative right now that we're looking at, isn't eliminating that without spending more money that we don't have. So what is the value, if you know, of the surveys that other cities have done in really helping us before we go out and say, okay, we already obviously have the money for the grant to do a design and got some information off of that, which will help us with figuring out the money we would need for construction of that. Aren't able to compare it to something, but also aren't able to get real good feedback from the wider community as opposed to the very local community around the pathway. Would we consider doing a survey as part, if we're budgeting for money that we don't have right now? Wouldn't that be something that makes sense for us to make it a wider discussion and obviously ask about, okay, what we're looking at is impacting traffic patterns for years out, and we don't know. Obviously want to minimize cars, that's a big thing, but at the same time, we want to get more people using the bike paths. And I think we need to educate people and also help them see, is 15 seconds delay a good trade-off for having your kids go to school or get to downtown safely, as opposed to this swag that that won't be for commuters who are just passing by, but this is our community they're passing through or we're coming in and out of. So I wonder if we want to entertain that idea of a survey and slow this conversation down.
Well, I'll just say, I think I don't know that we need a survey, but if we were to develop an alternative here, then it's going to come back to the council for a decision between, well, center pathway, east side, nothing. And at that point, we'll get public input the way we usually get public input. I don't know if this is the type of thing that's any different from other things that we get input on.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It just, is there other alternatives besides the two that we're looking at? Again, it's like, would that bring out more of that? But I understand it's a communications issue at base too.
Yeah, well, I might say Matt and I had a conversation about that earlier today about, other alternatives. And I have to say, one of the things that I'm looking at in this whole process is to make sure that whatever we do between Deer Hill and Mount Diablo Boulevard does not preclude in any way having safe bike path from the northeast neighborhoods, from the Release Valley, Spring Hill, to eventually get downtown. So in my mind, that's a big consideration. And so do you step back and you look at the whole corridor and you say, okay, we're not just looking from Deer Hill, Stanley to Mount Diablo Boulevard, but let's start at least Release Valley Road, look at the whole way. And one of your goals is to have I'll refer to it as a separate bike path that's completely safe. I would want to, whatever we do, preserve the ability to have that kind of bike path. Because I think in the future, we're going to, we have to have that. My own view.
So, and Mayor, I was putting out that if we're going to look at at any study, and we're going to look at this on the east side, and we're going to look at the 17,000, then I think we need to do the other pieces of it. I wasn't at the I'm absolutely in favor of that. What you said at the beginning was that one of the options, and one of the options as you see them, is that we're still moving forward with the, sorry, Mary Ann Hoisington will tell me later that I need to speak into the microphone, but we're continuing to move forward with the design. The mayor has pointed that out. Matt is nodding his head. We're all nodding our heads with the design of the center median. That is 200, and we have a $240,000 grant for that. And we don't expect that there will be any overages for that. There's not current, as I look at Matt's face, but anyway, so we'll have that design and we'll be able to, we don't have any money to build it. So the whole 3 million, and that we're wasting $3 million, we're not. We have the money to go forward with this design. To your point, one of the things that we've talked about previously is that how does whatever we do there at that intersection connect with the whole corridor? Then it does come back to Stella's, and the Transcirc commissions ask for a corridor study. We have one, and Matt, you can start. But anyway, it's just kind of tonight, our direction. I'm sort of like, and to Vice Mayor Dawson's point, are we getting ahead of it? And do we continue, with this piece of it, because we're not making a final decision, but also, and I'm going to say something that Matt and the staff report has said every time, that all the studies that we do are not going to get rid of that conflict at those ramps. All the things we're going to do, unless we do something major there, is not going to get rid of that. So I'm reluctant to go through all the studies, but was trying to get to how does this next step of an East Side study at this cost get us more information than we already have. But anyway, sorry, Matt, I saw you were raised.
No, I apologize for interrupting your train of thought. In talking to Patrick this evening, he also pointed out that the 2023 La Miranda Action Plan does call for a corridor study of the area because it's a route of significant, thank you, regional significance. And that would be a study that would likely be paid for by the CCTA. So now that you're all mentioning the desire to study more, you certainly could try and steer the CCTA's discussion in that corridor to include more robust discussion of bike and ped.
And what's the timing of that?
I have no idea. Patrick just told me like 2 hours ago, oh, by the way, the 2023 La Miranda Action Plan includes this. I don't know when it would be done.
So I don't know the exact timeline, but it is all part of looking at where we did our local area plan, our plan, our update. It's now with with CCTA, and looking at it on a regional basis throughout the county to look at how does the La Miranda plan tie into the regional plans. So coming down the corridor from there's the SWAT and Transpac, how do all those tie together? So that work is happening right now, but as with all plans, they take time. And if this isn't planning to happen for 5 years, maybe it works within that time frame. But that's a good point that Patrick brought up.
Councilmember Quach.
I'll offer some comments without any answers or solutions, but just what's on my mind
that's
here.
not allowed, sorry.
Not very helpful, but no, I think that the tail end of this discussion talks about the very big picture going on. And that's really what's in my mind, is that this intersection is the most problematic in our city, right? For all the reasons we've heard, everybody else, other cities cut through this, and the route itself was designed to be much bigger than it was today, but then it was never, so it's really a problem that we've inherited as a community. And we, with our limited budgets, no way we can ever wave magic wand to fix all this with our own dollars, correct? So I'm worried that certainly we have to be the squeaky wheel that raises our hand to say this is unacceptable and work and do everything we possibly can to make it better. But I want to be realistic that that's like tens of millions of dollars to go all the way up to where the mayor mentioned. And, the more you pick at it, well, what about this? You keep getting bigger, right? So we actually do have to think bigger. But that being said, I think what this project with the median pathway was about was a community member saying, well, before we boil the elephant, let's just try to make it a little bit better and win one little thing, right? And I salute that group for finding the money to go design this in order to make it better, just that little thing. Now, as to whether it's better, or certainly members of the community have said, we don't like this, or we do like this, whatever it is, if it was really $3 to $4 million, I think it was not to try to boil the elephant. It was try to do incremental improvement that was like a do no harm, but make it a little bit better. Something I support. Like if we can't do that, let's make it a little better. Even the vegetation piece to me is, let's go make that a little better. Let's just go do some of the easy wins. The center median, a lot of anyway. So I see efforts to go on the east, or just to talk about to increase the scope, is just back to a bit of unfunded, like, well, how much money do we put into doing that? Because it's at some point we're not going to pay for the outcome of that, right? We have no capacity to whatever we designed on the right-hand side. We are not going to pay for that, right? So you put tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and all of our community time into doing that, and where's it going? Are we really going to get that done? I don't know. So I'm glad to hear that if we formally, through the 2023 La Miranda Action Plan and CCTA, if we escalate this whole frustration and energy, to make it positive, and see if we can get eventually the allies who are going to pay for this to engage earlier. Otherwise, I think we really just have a lot of frustration in our community, and we're going to have another conversation about how we have no dollars to do this. So I would challenge all of us, if we want to do this, and we got to raise the money, very meaningful money, to go do it. Otherwise, if we have no money, let's not use our time and effort, right? That's not a good use of our time and money. So I don't have a specific suggestion on whether we vote for 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but I try to use that lens of looking at the problem. And I don't really see that 1, 2, 3, or 5. I don't see like there's an obvious choice that we should pick one of those. In fact, I think we should, I asked my question, is it even the right choice to spend money only analyzing a design criteria on the east side, when really the larger question is, why does it have to be either or? Why is it the east side or the median? Why don't many, combination of both? Why cannot we do both? 22 feet, do we really need 22 feet? I personally don't. I think that's too wide, having walked the San Mateo version, which is thinner. But I think even starting with the right question of, if we gave the designers a mandate just to study the east side, I think that's almost too limiting an assignment for ourselves. So sorry, don't know the answer, but that's a little bit what I'm trying to figure out how I would vote. And I don't really see that any of the options are viable.
Okay, well, I think you've highlighted that there's just so many variables here. So even looking at your last comment about the 22 feet on the median, I mean, that's a really sore point with a lot of people, thinking that in order for it to be safe in terms of the variety of people who'll be using the median, electric bikes, if we allow them to be there, slow bikers, fast bikers, pedestrians, it may be necessary to have the 22 feet, which actually is 14 feet within the barriers. So, and then I would say that I think you're right. It is a big issue if you step back and look at it, but I don't know it's that big, because there are a number of pieces that are in place in terms of the, my not so hidden agenda about getting from northeast to downtown. We do have the new widened pathways along Release Valley Road. We have the widened pathway between Release Valley Road and Spring Hill. We have the now from Spring Hill to the staging area. That's coming up. And we have the staging area to Deer Hill, which will be looked at in conjunction with the terraces project. So, we're getting that far. So it's conceivable that we'll have this. So I guess the new information for me that's key tonight is this CCTA study. And I just, I'm hesitate to just kick things down the road, but you know, if they're going to be looking at that and they've got the money to look at it, that seems to be the best solution for us, you know, to have a CCTA funded overall look at that corridor.
Yeah, that sounds great. It doesn't sound like they would get into this level of detail on a corridor study. That's my question. So granted, it is new. The whole purpose of the East Side Path is an alternatives analysis, right? It's not whether we do, it's whether we do the median or we do the East Side. Like that is a possibility here. Is whether we can achieve our goals or enough of our goals and not disrupt the roadway so much, make Akalani's road neighbors happy, and bikers will be happy too. They'll be getting something way better than they have now. To me, that's how I look at this, as an alternatives analysis. And I think that's how it's been pitched, right? And even in your first comment, you said that you couldn't, with the 17,000. So I'm questioning, because number one says provide a strip map concept drawing for East Side multi-user pathway with a summary of pros and cons and potential impacts. And so when Carl asked you, are we going to get enough, or maybe Councilman Geringer, are we getting enough for that? You say we are going to get some pros and cons. And so we won't get the traffic impact for signals, right? That's the piece that we'll be missing. And that's what we need all the rest of this for, I guess.
Well, can I?
Okay, go ahead.
Follow up on
on
that before I answer. My understanding is that in order to get a kind of understanding we need about the impact of the signals, we need to do on the original 3 and 5, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because if we don't do those, number one is not going to give us enough. Was it one? Number one is not going to give us enough information.
It's not going to give you enough information to have a conversation about the traffic signals.
Yeah.
But if you decide, oh, I don't want to do the traffic signals at all, I mean, in some ways, you're now picking one that doesn't solve the stated problem. So I'm not sure. The pros and cons list isn't going to look great.
Yeah, no, understood. But we have a number of members of the public who have come to us tonight saying that for them, they understand that, and that's a better solution.
Fair point.
Yeah. Okay. So, and just a clarifying point, if we were to move forward with that, I take it the number 4 on the June staff report, the $4,500, the traffic analysis of signalized ramps. I understood that would be subsumed in the 30,000 study if we went forward. If we don't, if we don't authorize the 30,000, do we do the 4,500? Do we have to do the 4,500 to get preliminary information?
Yeah, that the 4,500 would get you some basic information about, for example, the impacts on traffic on Pleasant Hill Road.
Okay, so we're looking then at 42,000? No, sorry. Oh, 35,000.
Right.
Okay, as a first step.
If you want to include signals.
Yeah, okay. So again, looking at the decision tree, number 1, do we want to scope do we want to scope an alternative now, or do we want to wait to see what CCTA does? That'd be one question. The next, if we want to move forward now, do we want to include traffic signals? Okay. So taking the first question, do we want, and when I say move forward, we haven't addressed the funding issue. So maybe nothing happens anyway for a long, long time, and the CCTA study comes along. Go ahead.
I just want to ask a question that this just came up with the CCTA. Would it be helpful for us to actually ask them formally if we can
insert this request, because you're saying we're gathering information. If they're in that mode, I think it would be important to sooner than later, not wait to see what happens, but to ask, like, here's this quandary we have in this corridor, which is, obviously part of the plan. So we'd love to elevate that. Just so we get it out there formally to them. I mean, what is your thoughts?
And partly it's where I wasn't sure if I was, anyway, the mayor. So exactly to that point, I think that because this is new information, and I know that these are in our local plan, I know that their CCTA has had the Pleasant Hill corridor. It was in our original plan that got updated. And what the new way of looking at is expanding this regional look at things. So I think that while it will likely be a longer time frame, I think that it would be good for us to have that information before we spend more money to look at the alternative. And I mean, I just think, and Matt can correct, but could staff come back? It wouldn't be as long of a discussion, maybe. It would be sort of the alternatives we have on the table right now, and where the CCTA study and plan and corridor studies and all of those elements fit in to that. And and then we would know if that's all CCTA funding, or we need to work with them on grants and applications, which is the way that we normally work those projects. So I think it would be good to have that additional information in terms of, and I can't remember all your elephant analogies, but before we look at a narrow alternative study versus looking at that whole corridor or both. So I would like to recommend we bring it back. And sorry to everybody that we're kicking it down the table, but not sorry, because I think that it gives us more information and has us not spending money yet when we don't potentially have to.
Well, could you, thank you very much for that. Could you clarify when the next, our upcoming CCTA meetings would be on this topic, or that we could agendize this, or what's the process to get on their agenda?
Well, I think actually we don't need to be on a CCTA agenda. I think that staff just talks to staff, and then potentially CCTA comes back to the next meeting, with staff to talk about what that whole plan is. And I think not to tell the staff and what they have, what bandwidth, but I would say within the next meeting or so. I don't think it would be a long time, because it's a straight question about, here's what we want to do, here's what our LRSP says, and here's what and this says, how do they all fit together, and then informs the council so we can make decisions. Does that answer the question? Or
Yeah, I was just hoping we could do it this year, before the end of this year.
yeah. And actually, to that point, when is it estimated that the design work on the center median will be complete and would be coming back to and I don't want to, if we don't know, I don't want to put you on the spot.
I would suspect that the design work on the center median will be at 65% in January and 100% in March, would be my guess.
So to Councilmember Kwok's question, would we be able to get answers about how the CCTA plan and additional studies and funding and all of those things would answer some of our questions within the next month or so? Because I can't believe it's October, but
I don't know
Okay.
on that one. That's Patrick's wheelhouse, but I can certainly talk to him. I know that November and December are very awkward times of the year to try and get people to move quickly on anything. But I will certainly ask Patrick to look into that and find out, at minimum, can we change the scope of what their study is going to be to make it a little bit more robust in this particular area of the study, Is that something that they would entertain? Would they just do it? Would they want money from us to do that? Kind of those questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think how does a project like this fit into all the studies that are outlined and called for in the various plans? And how does that interact with CCTA and local agencies, us?
And I would recommend being assertive that we want this to be part of it. And if you need, whoever it is from council to write, support that or write that letter, if that's helpful, I think that's important because it's what we want to see or at least get an answer to. So we know what our next step will be.
So their study and the corridor study, just finding out even what the scope is.
Right.
And and how long they think it'll take to finish. Because I thought the Pleasant Hill Road corridor study was like all the way to Concord. I mean, basically to Sun Valley Mall, right? It is. And so I'm not thinking that but our specific ask to them is to study this alternative with streetlights. Is that what our ask is to CCTA? I'm trying to give you direction. What can you ask them? Will they do this alternatives study for us? Is that our ask?
Well, go ahead, wait time.
No, I think it's a
no.
broader ask, and that is one piece of it, is that we could offer up that here's something we're thinking of as a community, but we've got this bigger elephant that, the traffic, and we have many bigger problems that we would like to solve too, not with our money, right? We cannot do it ourselves. And so a little bit more holistic thinking about how we could solve some of the bigger problems that is really the pain points for our community, right? So I think the side pathway, even if we did it, that is not solving the traffic problems at 5 o'clock, right? So I would love to use this opportunity to think bigger, see if we get a bigger solution with more money to do this, and then satisfy more of our community. It is a problem we have to solve, right?
Yeah,
But definitely this is unacceptable.
I agree with that. We want to step back and get their views as to what the best, given the considerations that we have and the goals that we have, what would they recommend? What fits in with what they're envisioning for the corridor? I wouldn't limit them to, looking at, you might tell them we've discussed this, but we're not limited to that. We want to step back.
I think we would say we're doing our share to work on designs in our area, but we really need to think bigger to see if we could do this better. So at least we show them we're not doing nothing. But we actually have had a very robust community discussion on this, and so we need their help.
Okay, so if we move this to the November 13th meeting, would that be all right? And then if you don't have it, we can, put it on the consent calendar to move to a later meeting.
Okay, so you'd want this on consent?
No.
Okay,
We'd want a report back, ideally by November 13th. So rather than have a date uncertain, like to move it to a date certain. If for some reason we can't make that date, we'll do the further deferral on the consent calendar. Okay, so I think the consensus is we need a motion to carry this forward to the November 13th council meeting.
I move to carry this item forward to November 13th.
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Mayor Dawson, seconded by Councilmember Garinger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We will now break for 5 minutes
Thank
until
you, Matt.
9:15.
And thanks to Patrick for that.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thanks for
bet.
leading us through it. We're on item 12B, our Land Acknowledgement Task Force will be presenting a draft land acknowledgement statement and accompanying recommendations. Mr. McCormick, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mayor Anduri and the City Council. Thank you very much for taking time to hear the report that we have. Just as a little bit of background, this was from earlier this year. You guys authorized a task force known as the Land Acknowledgement Task Force. And it was to answer these 4 questions. Should the City of Lafayette adopt a land acknowledgement statement? If so, what should the wording of the statement be? And if so, when should it be used and what protocol should govern its use? And if so, should the city undertake and what other actions should the city undertake in addition to the adoption of a land acknowledgement? So we are back here to give you an update and hopefully answer those 4 questions. So I'm here with my task force members. I will say that's been an amazing group to work with. It's only been 9 meetings this year, but very passionate group of individuals. And so we're each going to address just an aspect of this quickly to bring this to the public and to your awareness. So there was a question when we did the initial presentation back or when it was originally brought up, what is a land acknowledgement statement? I just want to start with this. So a land acknowledgement is a formal statement that recognizes and respects Indigenous peoples as traditional stewards of this land and the enduring relationship that exists between Indigenous peoples and their traditional territories and how we continue to benefit today. So that is the definition of what we're talking about, this statement. And so what we want to do is just do a very brief little overview, and each of us will take a different aspect of this project. And we're going to start with who some of you've already heard, Mayor McCosker, who will give us a little historical context, remind us all of what we heard earlier this year about it. And then I will talk about our approach and the statement itself. Janet will talk about our proposed usage, and Steve will then talk about some of the other ancillary recommended actions we have. So, Mary.
Thank you. The Bay Miwok people cared for the land where Lafayette sits for thousands of years, living sustainably with nature and peacefully with other nearby peoples. Beginning in the 1500s, Europeans began exploring North and South America, claiming land for their countries. In the 1700s, the Spanish came around the Horn and up the coast to California, where they established 21 settlements. Native slave labor was used to build and sustain these settlements. During this time, Native people were forced off of their tribal lands and taken to missions. Many also died from diseases brought by the Spanish. The Spanish government gave large land grants to settlers in order to raise livestock and provide food for the presidios of San Diego, Monterey, San Francisco, and Santa Barbara. In 1821, Mexico won its independence from Spain, and the land came under the control of the Mexican government. Although the Native people had been promised that their lands would be returned to them, only a small number of Bay Area tribes ever received land. In most cases, they lost it to new American settlers who came across the continent in the 1840s, looking for land and later for gold. Many of the natives who had lived at the missions were freed from forced labor in the mid-1800s, but had no land of their own and no way to return to their former lives. Some Native peoples worked on the rancheros in various capacities, but never were able to own land. The unjust and cruel treatment of the indigenous people destroyed their way of life and marginalized these first people for generations until today. With this in mind, we want to acknowledge their past thousands of years of presence and stewardship of the land on which we sit tonight.
Thank you, Mary. So our approach, when we looked at this and how we would kind of come up with something with Lafayette that really, I think, spoke to how we felt our citizens would like this to work. Our goals were to be respectful, kind of honest, and educational. We thought of this as an educational opportunity. I mean, for most of us, if you're an elementary school student and you go through Lafayette schools, you will learn a lot about this, right? I mean, Mary and Jen are both intimately involved with this. But if you're an adult that's moved to the area or whatever, you actually don't know. Our kids know a lot more than we do. So we looked at this as an educational opportunity for everyone. So in doing this, what we did, because there was no sense to reinvent the wheel, we reviewed what we think is probably most of the land acknowledgement statements that are done by other cities and counties in California. Now, there's a lot of universities that have done it, but we really want to look at more of the civic side of it. And we reviewed almost a dozen different ones, and we identified 5 key elements of those ones that we like that we want to respect. First one is we want to recognize the peoples by their name, right? By their name that they call themselves. We want to acknowledge, we want to continue that we all continue to derive benefits from stewardship of original tribal members. We wanted to acknowledge that the indigenous people are still here. And as Mary mentioned, they're not actually, maybe not necessarily living among us in Lafayette, but they're still in part of the East Bay, some are in Lafayette, but they're all around us. And we wanted to also make it aspirational as for our ongoing engagement with indigenous communities, and acknowledge, I mean, there's different ways, and you can look at the way Berkeley's done theirs and so on. There's a lot of different the whole range of ways that we can do this. But it was important, I think, to acknowledge the past unfair treatment, right? The goal isn't to sugarcoat it. In addition to the team members here, of course, with Naroop's guidance, we also reviewed it with a couple of people that are very involved, indigenous people themselves in the area, in the kind of advocacy. Marge is somebody who works with local art with Janet and Mary and our local the school children in educating about the history of indigenous people, and Corinna, who is one of the founders or founder of the Sagarate Land Trust, who works with many different organizations and cities around this area about land acknowledgement statements, and also actually getting land and pulling land back into the ownership of the indigenous people. So both advocates, they have reviewed our statement. They liked it very much, applauded our effort. We're both, though, very insistent that it can't stop at just a statement. What other things are we going to do, which we're going to talk about in just a minute. But I'd like to read the statement that we have worked through, and we are very proud of. The statement is, we acknowledge that Lafayette is part of the unceded ancestral homeland of the Bay Miwok people. The Bay Miwok and neighboring Ohlone people have lived in and moved through this place for thousands of years. They stewarded and shaped this land for hundreds of generations. We express our appreciation and gratitude for this profound legacy, which enhances and contributes to our lives to this day. We will strive to honor this land and strengthen our ties with indigenous communities that continue to live and work in our East Bay region as our neighbors and community members. We acknowledge and honor them and their ancestors, elders, and the next 7 generations. So that's our proposed statement. I'd like to turn over to Jen, who will talk about our proposed usage.
So we looked at how other cities use the statement, but more than that, we looked at how we thought, knowing Lafayette, the statement would best be used, and decided that what we recommend is that it be read aloud monthly at the beginning of a city council meeting, and annually at the beginning of, could be the first, could be just annually at a planning commission, design review commission, transportation and circulation commission, parks, trails, and recreation commission meeting sometime during the year. And at all openings of new city facilities, such as parks, buildings, we hope that it will be posted at the top of every city council agenda, included in the city's annual budget document and on the city's website. And another recommendation would be that it be read at the Business Person of the Year State of the City dinner and at the Citizen of the Year dinner.
Hi there. So I will be addressing the recommended accompanying actions. Before I go through the list, I just wanted to echo what John said about this was a really great group to work with. And also, I just wanted to applaud the mayor and the whole city council for making sure that that part of this task force directive was to consider the accompanying actions, because I think that's just really, really crucial. One is, the first reason is that actions, of course, are stronger than words, but also that, we don't want this to be a sort of once and done box checking type exercise. That both the indigenous leaders we spoke with, as well as basically every writing or discussion of this I've ever seen by, tribal leaders, is that land acknowledgements are a start, that it's a opportunity to begin a discussion, engagement with the current indigenous communities here today, and a opportunity to begin a learning process and self-reflection process for the whole community. And so I'm glad that we have these accompanying actions, because I think all of them do take that step forward of beginning a dialogue, beginning an education process, beginning an engagement on these issues. And I think they're all, one thing we focused on is that all 6 are very doable in terms of resources and cost and time. So first is create a dedicated webpage on the city website with links to resources about Indigenous issues and Indigenous people. That's pretty self-explanatory, and there's a lot of resources already out there that we can simply provide a link to. Number 2 is add the land acknowledgement statement in the new wrap for the utility box. That's part of the Lafayette Historical Society's effort to have the Lafayette history on the different utility boxes down Mount Diablo Boulevard. The one on Lafayette Circle is the one dedicated to the Bay Miwok Saklan tribe. Number 3 is replace the current street sign at Mount Diablo Boulevard and Lafayette Circle, where that utility box is, to have a new design. So it would be a bigger sign that still said Mount Diablo Boulevard on it, but as a bigger sign, there would also be space below where it says Mount Diablo Boulevard to have the word, the Native Ohlone word for Mount Diablo, which is Tushtak. And I think this is a really interesting possibility because, Mount Diablo, as we know, translates to Devil's Mountain, but it just so happens that that mountain is the most sacred site for the indigenous tribes in the East Bay and much of the Bay Area. It's the considered the site of creation, where the world and humanity was created, and so to have that Ohlone word as part of the sign, as part of something people are learning, I think that could be an impactful thing, not just for our community, but for the descendants of the Ohlone and Bay Miwok folks in this area. Number 4, install an educational sign at the community center and perhaps other locations as well, like the Lafayette Reservoir and Rain Garden. We have a mock-up of the sign. John was able to reach out to an artist who donated their time to create the design. It's pretty close to being done, and so if it would be a sign on a pedestal like you see in pull-offs in national parks, maybe a couple feet wide, a couple feet tall. Again, a good opportunity to sort of kickstart that education process. And then number 5, invite a speaker to present on Indigenous history and land management at a future council meeting. There are certainly folks in the East Bay, indigenous leaders and representatives who are positioned to do that. And I think, as the current stewards of, Lafayette, it'd be an amazing thing to be, consulting and hearing from the original stewards. And lastly, to support a public mural recognizing indigenous culture. Again, we think this is doable. There's public mural projects already sort of underway, and having an indigenous themed mural as one of those projects would be a great asset to the community and another opportunity to engage with the local indigenous community, maybe indigenous artists, to have that be one of the murals in Lafayette.
All right, excellent. Well, that is our report back to you, and we're happy to take any questions or comments.
All right. Well, thank you very much for all the work that went into this and the thoroughness with which you approach this project. This is it's wonderful. And thank you to our city manager for being so closely involved with this as well. So we'll take questions from the council, then we'll open it to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the council. So are there questions? Councilmember Geringer.
Actually, I'll hold this question until after.
Okay. All right, so we'll open it to the public for, Councilman.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I had a question on where we talk about strengthening our ties with the indigenous communities. And I think that's just such a lovely phrase to give us some direction of doing something actionable that engages with those who are still walking with us, right? Not just doing this, but then not engaging, right? I think it's doing this and acknowledging their presence. And so, and therefore, one of the last line items there was, in fact, inviting speakers to come speak to us. Do you have any other suggestions for how our city would go about to strengthen the ties with indigenous communities?
Yeah, actually, Janet can speak. We actually had a couple of other, I think to Steve's point, we really tried to focus the recommendations on actionable ones that were kind of under our control, that didn't require much time or I should say that effort, money or whatever that could be taken from you guys later on. So, but Janet can just speak. We actually had a couple of very interesting ideas, I think.
Well, I'll just mention two. One is underway when we now have the third grade field trips at the Lafayette Community Garden. We'll be in the next 2 weeks. We'll be having all 330 third graders come through for a 2-hour field trip. And that's prefaced by it's combined with a visit by Marge, who goes to each of the schools and does talk about her contemporary life, as well as, the fact she has tattoos and her name changed during her life and why that was. And she is seen as an elder. What does that mean? So that is happening. And then there has been some discussion among us, but more, with Marge and others, of having maybe in Lafayette, it'd be similar to a powwow. I mean, a lot of times the tribes get together. They like to basically share some dances, and they're looking for sites sometimes. And there are a number of tribes in the Bay Area, and we were thinking Stanley School Field maybe could be a site. So that was an idea that we pondered, and certainly maybe some of the commissions could get involved in something like that in the future. So that's an idea we did.
Yeah, and one more thought is, the Lafayette Library, and the city council doesn't run the library, so we didn't, include that in the presentation. But, there's so many great educational programs at the Lafayette Library. And one of the suggestions of Karina Gold, the leader of the Segurite Land Trust, was to have indigenous artisans come and, to Lafayette, give demonstrations or seminars on indigenous trades and crafts. And so, yeah, I think the libraries, integrating that into the library's programming is a great option. Maybe there's other venues for doing that, but that's, I think, another good option.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, this triggered a thought here, and forgive me for this, but you've done great. You've fulfilled every part of your charter. You've done what we asked you to do. But what if we asked you to maybe continue and meet once a year to review what the city is doing and to make recommendations for what else we might do? Because otherwise, I'm not sure who is going to carry forward. I'll turn, okay. City Manager Srivatsa. Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's a thought I had as well, as, assuming this task force is disbanding after this presentation, how are the accompanying actions gonna move forward? And so I'm not sure what Nirup just said off on the.
She said
It's a good idea that we stick together.
Yeah. But, to the extent, I'm happy to kind of work with Nirup as a liaison on, some of these issues in terms of coordinating with outside entities to either, bring speakers to the council or, help find Indigenous artists for the mural. I'm happy to stay involved just informally to help facilitate, those efforts with Nirup.
Yeah, but I guess I would say, speaking for all of us, we'd all be happy. We'd be, it's an exciting project. We all feel very passionate about it. So, we'd love to be involved and, going forward, making sure that we can fulfill the, the long-term goals as well.
Great. Okay, so we'll come back to that when we bring it back to the council. Okay, public comment. Is there any comments, questions from the public?
The city council is now taking public comments on item 12B, land acknowledgement. I have no speaker slips, but I do see former Mayor Horn saddling up to the microphone.
So Mayor Horn, if you'll commit to filling out a speaker slip.
I will
You may
fill one out.
proceed. Well, welcome.
Well, thank you very much for your report. And while I was listening to it carefully, I had a flash of inspiration on the street sign. And I was thinking that we have a small segment of Dewing Avenue that goes between Mountain Boulevard and Town Center 3 that might deserve a new name. And I think the Town Center 3 is 100 Dewing, but I'm not positive on that. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be 100? How do you say that?
Tushrock?
Mountain in
Tushrock.
Ohlone?
Tushrock, yeah.
Yes, and then we'd have an intersection with a proper name on both of them, Mount Diablo Boulevard and the Indian equivalent there. It's fantastic idea. That's my flash.
That's a good idea.
Okay, are there questions for the
Any
speaker?
questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no additional speakers in the meeting hall. Anyone in our Zoom audience? No hands raised. So I'm turning it back to you, Mayor Endry.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the council. Comments?
So the reason I didn't want to ask this question before is that I first wanted to also reiterate, thank you very much. I mean, from the moment that as part of the 175th, a committee was formed and all of you are perfect in every way for this role. And I very much appreciate the statement and the ideas and everything that has come forward. It was very moving to hear you reading the statement. To my colleagues and to the city manager, can you remind me, I want to make sure that we have enough resources. And so can you remind me, did we budget for action, any of these action items or implementation? And I always feel bad asking about the money at something that is so important to our community, but maybe, oh, Tracy, what am I thinking? But anyway, Tracy, did we? Yeah.
The council allocated funds for the 175 plus
right
celebrations throughout the year. we do have some funds remaining in that budget that can be used for some of these action items here. The committee was really careful in ensuring that nothing was pricey, or the city did not have to spend resources or a lot of money on it. So they were very mindful. And should we exceed that amount, I will return to the city council for a request for funds. But thank you.
Councilmember Quack.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I really appreciate the thoughtful work that you've done, and I want to acknowledge the all-star cast that sits before us here. And really for the benefit of the public to introduce and acknowledge each of the participants here. Steve Calageras, who was formerly the chair of our environmental task force and a former tribal attorney for the Hoopa Valley tribe. So he has deep knowledge of tribes and is currently an attorney for California tribes. John McCormick, one of our own historians, who has himself spent years researching the history of Napa Valley Chinese immigrants who also suffered during that period, right? And Janet Thomas, I could go on, but let's just say, at least vis-a-vis the Lafayette Community Garden, you've been a pioneer to have a Miwok hut, is it, that you built years ago? Sorry if I got that wrong. And having summer courses that you're teaching there, that really you've been a decade ahead of us on many things, but especially on this topic. You've shown a very deep commitment from, nobody asked you to do that, but you've been doing that, and the third graders coming by, just fantastic. So wonderful that you're part of this. And then Mary McCosker, of course, our own city's deep historian who knows so much of that background and who read us that history. It's just so wonderful to see the work that you've accomplished. And I had no doubt, like when you came together, that you would do an absolutely outstanding job of being thoughtful for this assignment. So just thank you for doing those 9 meetings. That's a lot of meetings. And thank you for the recommendations you've had. I'm really excited about them.
Thank you, Councilmember Kwok, for making the introductions, because you guys are all so humble and you're also fabulous. So I endorse all of these things. I endorse the resolution. I endorse all the action items, now knowing that hopefully we've got some budget to do them. They'll actually live and happen. And I can't wait to see them all. Thank you guys, honestly.
I'll just add to that. Well, there's nothing I can add to that because everything said before says it all. Thank you so much for this very mindful deliberation of what you put forward. And I think, I know we'll take a vote, but I think we can all take this upon ourselves to know when we might want to do the land acknowledgement with different meetings that we'll have across the year. And we'll take this to heart and take it forward. Thank you.
I'm ready for a motion. So what I'd like to do is have a motion on the resolution and then just direction. I'd like to, we'll come back to this part too. So can I have a motion?
I move adoption of resolution 2023-55, approving the land acknowledgement statement and the task force's recommendations listed above.
I will second. Oh, sorry.
Oh, God.
Okay, and the only thing I would ask, if we could edit the resolution so we have acknowledgements spelled the same way each place. I'll give you my copy. There's 5 extra E's in the
Actually,
this is an inside joke with the
Mayor, should we add the idea of having an ongoing?
Well,
task force
I
to
will
the
do that
resolution?
next.
Oh, okay.
If you do want to do that, it would be nice to have it all in one resolution.
Oh, okay. You'd
If there's
rather
a
do it that way?
desire to- Yes, I think so. Then we can have one thing to refer.
Okay, because what I was, okay, so we'll pause on the motion. What I was going to suggest is that we ask the existing group to meet again to then come back with a recommendation to the council. Because you may think that it'd be better for you to meet multiple times a year. I don't want it to be a burden on you. So if you were to come back and say, meet at least once a year,
I think we could just add something to that effect or meet as they deem appropriate so that there's some leeway.
Okay, so just continue it. Okay, to continue to meet as the group deems appropriate. Okay,
So
so well, let's amend the motion.
the amended motion, adopt resolution 2023-55, approving the land acknowledgement statement, the task force's recommendations listed above, and requesting or directing the task force members to continue to meet at a time that is appropriate, determined by the task force members, period.
I second the motion as amended.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much.
Yay.
Okay, we're on to item 12C. Initial report from the Fiscal Sustainability Committee. Ms. Robinson, are you going to take the lead?
Yeah, I'll give a quick overview of the staff report. I'm assuming you've read it, but I'm just gonna point out a couple of things. So when the council was reviewing the fiscal year 23-24 budget, you were made aware when looking at the 5-year forecast that we have ongoing sustained deficits forecast going into the future. And although we will be able to end this fiscal year with a 68% general fund reserve starting next year, that general fund reserve is projected to go below the 60% standard. And then every year after that, there are ongoing deficits. Those deficits are approximately $2 million a year, a little bit more. And that equates to about 10% of your budget. There are a number of reasons for these deficits, which I've outlined in the memo. Briefly, just increased costs of road maintenance, the additional staff that was approved to accomplish the priorities of both the council and the residents. Increased costs of insurance, which you heard a little bit about tonight. Rent for city offices, and then just general inflation. That's coupled with the fact that while revenues have largely recovered from COVID, there are concerns about inflation, about a sluggish economy and a potential recession. So they've caused the forecast for future sales tax to show slower growth than we originally expected. So the council had appointed an ad hoc fiscal sustainability subcommittee, which is Mayor Anduri and Council Member Kwok, to look at the situation, to analyze what potentially could be done. So there's a couple of things. The city staff was asked to review all city services projects and programs just to get an idea of what a 10% cut might look like. And as you might expect, the city has and still does really run very lean operations. So a 10% cut really is would be cutting into muscle. They would be substantial. They would be cutting services programs. A lot of things would be very visible. These are not just things we can trim around the edges and accomplish a balanced budget that way. There are a number of options to address the problem. Well, there's really only 3 options. There is the option to cut costs. there is the option to raise revenue, and there's an option to do some of both. So attached to the staff report is a staff report that we did, I believe it was in 2021, that just showed a comprehensive list of ways that the city can generate revenue. The ad hoc sustainability committee looked through those. The options that seem the most practical at this time, if we were interested in the revenue options, would be to raise the fees. That would potentially, you could do a property tax, you could do a sales tax. Those seems to be the most straightforward options. And as I mentioned, we could proceed with some or all of the cuts. So at this time, I think there are a couple of ways that we should proceed. We think the most important thing to do right now is to evaluate and benchmark what the residents would want, what their core values are, what their satisfaction with the current levels of service are. Because in order to really solve this problem, we really need to evaluate what the residents want. So there is already $50,000 in the current council budget that's already been budgeted for polling costs. So what the subcommittee, I think, would like to do, I'm going to throw out another potential recommendation from what's here, just in terms of expedience, since we have the money budgeted for polling, is that maybe the ad hoc committee could evaluate a couple of polling options, people who could do that for us. And then the city manager, this falls under the city manager's ability to sign, so that we could just move forward to maybe get this polling done before the first of the year. So that's a recommendation that's slightly different than the one that's in the staff report, which you could consider just for expedience. So at this point, I think I'll just stop and entertain questions.
Okay, questions? Vice Mayor Dawson.
I have a question about the polling. I would imagine the polling would be like, how big is that scope? Is it strictly for how would we proceed with getting more revenue, or would it also be in terms of what are we looking for as a community? How are we doing as a community, with our services? So it will have a large scope, and it will also include educational components, I imagine, about how we're spending money now and what we would have a future.
I'm not sure about the last part, because the polling at the beginning, and there could be multiple rounds, but the first poll would be to really find out what residents value, potentially how much they would pay for the things that they value. So it's really information gathering at that point. It's also information for the council to understand messaging and what may resonate. And then potentially any educational forays would come later. This would be really the first would be just gathering information so that decisions can be made. We think it might be premature for the council to just go directly to a decision without really doing a scientific survey, polling residents and seeing what they care about, how they would prefer to solve this particular issue. And the messaging, I think, would come out of that. We would be polling values, what people want.
I understand that. That makes sense. I'm just wondering, I think Councilmember Kwok, a while ago, you mentioned like when you first came on council, you realized how little money we had, what we did with the money that we had. And I'm not sure if residents understand that from the get-go, so I'm just wondering if we're creating like, this what people want without really understanding what they're actually getting now and the value of it.
So now I understand. Well, part of the messaging, part of what we know, we do the vistas 3 times a year. We thought this might actually be a really good time to do some of that education that we've done time to time, just to tell people. So it'd be a great time once, if the polling is going out, to say, this is our sources of revenue. This is how much we got. Here's roughly, what we spend our money on in terms of, 30 some odd % on police. So yes, so I think the city we're talking already about getting that vistas out. So
Right.
that absolutely, I think, would be a good pairing. And then the polling, hopefully, not everybody unfortunately reads the vistas, but at least some may.
It's so great.
Yes.
Okay, that's understandable. And do we have learnings from this last, well, it wasn't very recently, but the last time we did this and we had polling and didn't quite turn out the way we wanted it to? Have we learned anything from that we could bring forward?
I think it's always a learning experience. I think two things. Yes, I believe that there are always lessons learned in the Mayor Andrew and Councilmember Kwok can speak to that because they've talked about it. But something else that the city manager and I have been doing is we have meetings set up with cities who have had successful. Now I'm not jumping to the conclusion that this is what we're going to do. That's part of why we're doing the polling. But if we were to go forward with some kind of a tax measure, we've been talking to cities that have been successful. And we have learned a whole lot from those cities already. And we have a couple more set up.
That's great.
Also wanted to add that the last time we went out, we had a series of community conversations, and then from then culled the information about community needs. We're taking a slightly different approach this time, where we're going to a scientific poll where they, the right questions would be framed so that people spend 15 to 20 minutes with the pollster identifying what the needs are. And so we believe we can get a better basis to understand what the community wants. And as you said, Vice Mayor Dawson, last time we did not have the looking ahead, the deficits that we are projecting we will have. This is a different story to tell, and education is a big part.
Yes, thank you.
So will the poll be able to tell if we should go out for a specific or a general?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's, I want to make sure. And it'll spell out, I think that's great. How much, I know we have $50,000, sounds like, for this year's budget. How much do you think this initial poll will cost?
So I actually have, I believe, 2 proposals, and they're both roughly the same, around 40,000.
Okay, so most of it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Geringer.
So first of all, thank you. Thank you for all the research. And the November, December timeframe for a poll. I'm curious if we're kind of locked into that, or have we gotten recommendations? I guess I should look at the subcommittee as well on how effective. And I know that if there's no decision to go for anything, but if you're backward mapping from, any potential elections, you have a timeline that you need to go through. But one of my concerns or questions, I guess, for the polling firm would be that is November, December the best time to do that?
Yeah. Do you want to answer that, Carl?
Well, counterintuitively, we're advised that turns out to be one of the best times to talk to people.
I guess the one pollster that we spoke to, at least we had the same concern. He said that people tend to be more charitable in November and December, and will talk, more willing to talk. They're
Charitable
in
with their
better
time.
moods.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah.
So then realistically, I won't go down that path. Are they going to feel the same way in the upcoming year? But no, I'm supportive of us, getting the information. and figuring out how to do that. I'm very supportive of doing it in a way that tests values, and also that helps to define, I'm going to channel my Don Lively a little bit, helps to define what are needs and wants, because not to go back and overanalyze, previous measures. I think really having a clear picture of, what people, what they want and need and what they're willing to pay for that. And Tracy, I have an image of a video of the bucket, the bucket video and the bucket photo to say, because sometimes I think, and that's great that Vice Mayor Dawson talked about that people don't understand, that we're a low tax city, and we were sort of low services, which we are not. And anyway, I think it's a great exercise to look at. And I know that we still have to look at, where those cost savings are, and we do our part, but how much, and I know I read the report and it's like, you could do this, but then, you lose that. But anyway, I'm very supportive of going out and spending the resources to do the research, the polling options. I am also comfortable with what Tracy brought up right now about the ad hoc committee. There are a handful of polling firms, and they'll be very good and probably very similar in price range, and just what is the best fit for our community, and who knows our community. So I think having the ad hoc committee work and having the city manager make that final decision is also, especially if we're all nicer and more charitable in November and December, we need to, get on it and not wait to have it come back at the next meeting. I do have questions on what does authorize the fiscal sustainability subcommittee to move forward with conversations with community members and stakeholders look like?
I think we're going to amend that too, based on what we talked about, at least with the one pollster that we interviewed so far. That may actually be premature.
Sorry, I think so. That was
So never mind, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we could leave it in and we'll use our judgment, but our judgment at this point would be not to move forward.
okay. So I would almost like to leave it out.
Yeah.
Trust me. Hey, I'm trusting you to pick the polling firms.
That's the ways into my question. How will this come back to council? Will we see like a preliminary poll, or what direction you're taking, or will it come back at all? Okay.
So we should talk about that. I think that we have had this conversation before about, it's a little tricky when you bring a whole poll and it gets tweaked in a public forum. You don't want that, right? So you're going to have to trust your subcommittee. So absolutely, I believe that the results would come back, and if we did it in November, December, it would probably be back early February, mid-February. So you'd see the results, and then at that time you would have results, and you would have a conversation about what you need to do based on what the results are, at which point you may want to start having a strategy about talking to certain groups of people, which are going to be very important.
I guess that's depending how it goes. Will this, Mayor Dury, you and I are in the finance subcommittee. Does that, as things change, does that compromise that if we're talking, finances and how we're moving forward? I'm just curious.
No, because I think by the time the finance committee meets, I'll no longer be on it. Probably you.
Well, they deal with I think there's two separate sort of issues.
Yeah. And the finance committee, the finance committee's next task is the final budget.
And the
So
audit.
That's in January.
And the audit and the budget, yes.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yep.
So will this also be able to tell us whether November 2024 is the right date versus another date? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions?
So are we,
That'll
yeah,
be next,
and
yep.
with that, but are we, so we're leaving in authorize the fiscal sustainability committee to move forward with conversations with community members and stakeholders?
I'm not looking for any additional work, so.
I think that we take that out, just because
But
it,
can we discuss this when we
yeah, okay.
get back? No, I mean, do it in the discussion. Are there any further questions for staff or anybody? Okay, public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to comment on this item?
Mayor Anduri, I don't have any speaker slips for persons in the community hall here, but I do have a hand raised and it would be Cheryl McDonald.
Okay.
Interesting conversation. In regards to pulling the residents out, I'm wondering if that is a good idea, if we can leave it in and just kick that bucket down the street a little bit. So it doesn't happen now, but I'm hoping that you'll meet with certain community members at some point. So maybe you could say not at this time, but at a future date. But I think the community members want to be involved in this. And if you're going to ask us to raise a sales tax or a property tax, that they're going to want to be involved. As far as with the polls, I'm always like, how do you get it out as wide and far as possible? And the only way I can think to do it is to have some bright colored postcard with your survey on there. Maybe it's part of the Vista. I'm not sure how to do that. But don't just have it on the website and have us go to the website. Have it be really easy, especially during the holidays. I'm surprised the holidays are so great as a time for a poll, but I believe you. So how do you get it out to the community as far as why? And Vice Mayor Dawson, I totally agree with you about education. I don't think people understand this. So I think one thing you might consider is if you're asking for a property tax or a sales tax, why can't the city cut any revenue or cut revenue? And I know that they're lean machine, but I would speculate that most of the citizens here don't know that. And so why can't the city cut budget if you're asking us to increase something as part of the educational part of it? So education, thank you for bringing that, Vice Mayor Dawson. So that's it for my comments. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Other questions?
Well,
Councilmember
can I
Merrick?
actually clarify that that I wasn't suggesting that we don't talk to the community or to stakeholders ever in the process, but that as part of the scientific poll that will go out and the information will come out in vistas and I'm sure other ways about what the city and the fiscal sustainability committee are doing. I was just concerned about the timing and the subcommittee going out versus having it be a very planned outreach and engagement of the different categories of different people in the community, the stakeholders, business leaders, all the community. And so that was what I was saying. Absolutely, we have to talk to the community, Cheryl.
Thank you. Even one thought might be that the subcommittee bring in someone from the community. I don't know. I'm just gonna throw that out to the far wind, but how do we bring the community in? But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Robert Lavoie.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I wasn't going to comment on this, but I did have one little question that I wanted to ask. Has the subcommittee looked at capping growth on the city's expenditures at, say, 1.5%, 2.5%, something like that for the next 5 years? And then how much impact that would have on the the amount of revenue that you're looking to raise? So just a quick question there.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, to answer these questions, Ms. Robbins, I believe that the 5-year survey you have caps growth at 0%. Would that be?
Well, no, there's growth. I mean, I'm a little confused. I can't control inflation as much as I would like to. So if we capped the growth, it really just is cutting back on services. If things, for example, cost 6 or 7 or 10% more,
Well,
then, and we want to, you know, provide the same level of service, that's not possible. So we would have to cut back on
sorry,
the level.
I wasn't clear. You're not adding any services.
I'm not adding any services. No, there is no growth other than just, yeah, okay, so that's the question. My 5-year model does not add any additional programs or services. It basically caps the services at what we have.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he meant.
Yeah, that's, well, I'm not sure what Rob meant, but that's,
Okay.
yeah, we're building in no new programs, no additional, people to do programs. Inflation is in there, but okay. And then just to respond to Ms. McDonald's, we're not anticipating doing a survey on the website. We're anticipating a scientific survey. And we're looking at a robust sample. So I think we'll have a pretty good idea when we do that. Okay, anyone else?
No additional speakers.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. And yes, I mean, Councilmember Geringer was not trying to cut the public out of the process. She didn't want the subcommittee to be going out there before the scientific survey came back. And I can assure you that we did not, well, if we were going out to the public, we would do it in a well thought out way to get representative members of the public. I'm sure that's what we'll do eventually, but we'll wait until we get the survey back. Does that sound all right with you? Great.
And it
Okay.
has nothing to do with lack of trust of the subcommittee individually or as a collective subcommittee. Would you like a motion?
Please.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
I just have a little bit of comment. Tracy, I wonder if you could bring up that 5-year projection. Do you have the slide, page 4 from the? Oh, you may not be connected. I just wanted to say one thing that the subcommittee and the mayor and I talked about that I wanted to engage the public on, as well as our fellow council members, of why are we here today? But maybe just to state a couple of the most obvious things for the record, and just so that we state it, is that if Tracy had the model there, you would see that we have opportunities in 2024 November and 2026 November to conduct revenue of this sort. We cannot just do it randomly at what time of the year, right? So we, looking forward 1 year, that's one opportunity we have. And if we looked at this chart here, we would say, where are we on our general fund expenditures? We would have dropped our reserve from 81% down to 53%. When we're voting next year, we'll already be at the 53% in November 2024. And if we decided to wait 2 more years to do this, we would be at the 31%. Okay, so one question we asked ourselves was, should we do this now and engage the public and our fellow council members now today, or should we push this down the road? And I think we had a very good discussion on, like, we're not in crisis now. It doesn't feel like we're in crisis, but if we as a 5-member city council are long-term thinkers for the city, do we want to act earlier, right? Or do we act like when we're at a fiscal cliff and it's emergency, right? And I think that at least the conclusion we came to, which is in the DNA of the city, is to be conservative and careful and to be good stewards of the future. So we're long-term approach. That's why we are doing more action now in preparation for this November. And we're not, we're working backwards from November 2024. So just as an assumption, that's why that's sort of what we're working towards. Unless anybody said this is not necessary, let's wait for the next opportunity And maybe we will not be at 31%. Maybe we'll be lucky, but that was not our thinking. We were sort of planning for longer term thinking. Mayor, did I encapsulate our conversations well?
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to, one more response to a public speaker who asked, aren't there, I'm not sure how it came up, but aren't there things that could be cut or would we cut? Well, the answer is, if we don't have the revenue, we'll cut. I mean, we're not saying we won't cut. What we're saying is if we cut, you'll know we cut because the services will end. So if we don't have the money, we have to cut.
Yeah, thank you. And so on the screen now, you'll see the 5-year revenues in all those rows. And if I could ask staff to zoom in on the bottom portion, can you zoom to show the red at the bottom? Yeah, just so going up there, you'll see the total expenditure line to Robert Lavoie's question. Do we cap our spending? You can see that we're at around 19.9. It's going to 22.1, 22.4, 22.9, 23. So it's sort of flat. Okay, it's slightly trending up, but it's not jumping up, right?
It's inflation.
And so then if you look at the line below, are we running at a surplus or a deficit? You could see that we're running at 2.6 million, 2.3, 2.3, 2.3, right? So we have this structural $2.3 million deficit, and that's eroding the next line item reserves from, a great situation. We're now at 14 million, but you take out 2 million a year, you're pretty much down to 6 or 4 by the 5th year. So I think this chart here, while it's a little bit of an eye chart, it is really the key to why we're the situation we're in and why the timing is either now or do we wait till later? And the mayor and I feel it's essential to bring this forward now.
It's Vice Mayor Dawson.
Thank you for that consideration. I also want to point out that you make it clear that this does not include, it's just current level. There's no new programs, nothing that we are actually planning for now budgeted in there. And it doesn't include sinking funds for what repairs we know we're going to need to make necessarily just going forward. So I would even opt to say that what you're seeing in reserves could actually be more impacted if we get unexpected expenses as well, on top of what we're not even planning for. So services will very much deteriorate if we don't do something now. So I appreciate you guys bringing this forward now, so we can act on it. And I hope we are able to actually act on it this upcoming year, so we can have that legacy of conservatism and fiscal responsibility going forward.
Okay, other comments, discussion?
So before I make a motion, I will thank you, Councilmember Kwok, for outlining the needs as we go forward, and all of the communications that we'll be doing will be very clear and transparent about how we're analyzing this, and reminding folks to look at the staff report that you provided I don't know, could be 2 years ago now, but anyway, very thorough analysis also of the different kinds of options. And so I appreciate that was in there as well. So with that, I move that we authorize staff to research polling options and the subcommittee to, I had it all worded out, and the subcommittee, ad hoc committee to evaluate polling firms and to determine a proposed, I had this all, I said my comments and then I discombobulated it. Okay, I'm going to start over. Authorize staff to research polling options and the ad hoc committee to evaluate polling firms and to make a decision on a proposal and contract for benchmark polling to be conducted in November and December of 2023, and direct the city manager to enter into the agreement, period, I think.
Okay.
Did I capture everything?
Yes.
Almost.
Just in case, can you limited the polling to, I think, November, December.
Oh,
Can
it's
you-
because of what it says, to be conducted at a time recommended by the polling firm.
Thank you very much.
And the ad hoc subcommittee.
Thank you.
I can second that.
Okay, motion by
Great.
Councilmember Geringer, second by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much. Ms. Robinson, City Manager Srivatsa, thank you very much for all your work on this. Okay, so we're on to item 13A. Ms. Robinson, please continue.
Okay, on the subject of money, one more time. We're turning our attention now specifically to Fund 32, which is parking programs. So I think, as we all know, the pandemic had a pretty profound impact on parking revenues. As it stands right now, the parking fund currently has a negative fund balance of $440,000. And at the current $1 per hour rate, the program is continuing to lose money. You know, even though business has started to come back, just parking patterns in general appear to have changed. So the robust income that we used to get from the $1 per hour before, really, we don't believe that's going to come back anytime soon. The last time that we raised parking rates, I believe, was in 2006. And we raised it, I believe, from 50 cents to $1 an hour. Right now, the going rate pretty much for everywhere else that has paid meter parking is roughly $2 an hour. Can go as high as $3 an hour in some areas at certain times, when places that can get fancy and put their rates up and down depending on the time of day. But what we are suggesting is that we increase the parking rates from $1 an hour to $2 an hour. And that's actually really just the recommendation. I'm trying to figure. I don't know what's happening here. All right, I'm going to stop there. I don't believe there's anything else I need to, I'll just address questions.
Okay, we'll do questions and then open to the public, then bring it back to the council. So other questions for Ms. Robinson?
Sorry. So in the resolution, in the staff recommendation, it is just to raise the parking rates. I noticed there were public input from the chamber, and then also from a previous chamber member who is still an active volunteer in the community, to match the private parking lots, our time frame. Are we looking at that, or is that something that we'll discuss here?
I think we don't have enough information at this time to make a recommendation. I think the city manager and I spoke, and it might be a good idea for us to open up that conversation, say with the chamber, to see if it makes sense. I think it would be premature to make that decision before I know there will be a cost. We won't be getting revenue for an hour a day. I don't know if that's a little or a lot. So I would like to tell you, what that is before you make a decision. And then I think that there are just some other issues that we may want to discuss first. We won't probably be necessarily matching anyway. I believe that there is a potential proposal from the private lots to go until 8 p.m. I believe that the private lots also still charge on Sundays, and we don't. I don't believe that we're going to be able to make a recommendation that we would match. So we're not talking about matching entirely anyway. So there always will be a mismatch. So the issue, I believe, on the table is whether or not we just want to not start until 10 like the private lots do. But I think there's a conversation that we should have before we make that recommendation.
Thank you.
Any other?
I would just add, I'm wondering, along those lines, if we're looking at matching, another component might be, would we ever consider overnight parking? It is a revenue stream for some cities. And I think because we are looking at more building and more residents going downtown, we actually might have an issue with that regardless going forward, that there'll be, you know, some parking issues down. It might be interesting for us to kind of look at that also proactively, and also as a way we can monetize it if necessary. So just a thought, if we're looking at other ways to pay for our parking program.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's open it to the public.
The city council is now taking comments on item 13A. I have no speaker slips for persons in the community hall. And I see no hands raised in our Zoom attendees, so I would say we have no speakers.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it back to the council for discussion. How would you like to proceed?
I'm supportive of staff coming back with the resolutions and then at the appropriate time, looking at the other changes to the parking program, but not necessarily specifically connected to this.
Okay, so what you're recommending is go forward with the increase for the current hours and then consider whether we change later. And following up on the question I asked you earlier, doing that in 2 stages, that's also not going to be a significant cost. Is that right?
I don't believe it will be. We have mostly electronic meters, which should be really easy to upgrade in terms of taking the new amounts. I don't think it'll be I don't think it'll be costly to make the change. But like I said, we do have to figure out the resolutions and whatnot.
Okay. All right, so where we're heading now is to direct staff to return to council with the resolution. Is there any different thought on that? Can I have a motion? Do we need a motion, city attorney? Okay, we need a motion. Directing staff to return with a resolution to increase the meter rates.
I move that we direct staff to return to council with the necessary resolution to increase the parking meter rate to $2 per hour.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Quack, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. Thank you for the report. Well, there've been some people waiting here and we thank you for your patience. So yes, we are on 14A at long last.
Committee's awake.
Thank you for sticking with it. Ms. Rosen.
Thank you. I'm Jenny Rosen, staff liaison for the Public Art Committee, and I'm joined tonight at this hour by 2 very dedicated members of the Public Art Committee, Erling Horn and Yuki Fujimoto. And they're joining me here tonight to introduce Ordinance 687, which would amend the Lafayette Municipal Code chapters 6-25 signs and 6-26 public art. I want to thank you for reviewing the proposal that the Public Art Committee put together and that the Planning Commission recommended for approval last week on October 2nd. The committee's worked for a couple of years very thoughtfully to put together these revisions with the intention of continuing its mission to bring public art to Lafayette and to broaden its mission to be able to bring public art programming to the city, such as the downtown mural program, which you approved in June. The city attorney has prepared a draft ordinance and the revised text before you today for chapters 6-25 and 6-26. I thought that I would just hit the points of change. In the signs chapter 6-25, the changes will include 2 things: adding the definition of a mural as item number 31 and allowing for murals only as permitted in chapter 6-26 public art. Those are the 2 changes to the sign ordinance. In the public art ordinance, there are 6 changes. The first being creating a distinction between public art generally and public art for projects, which is art that meets a city requirement for certain new project applications. Second, the expansion of the definition of public art to include temporary works of art, and the definition of public art for projects to include the term semi-permanent. Third, broadening the job of the Public Art Committee to advise the city council on the city's public art program and its administration. Fourth, the allowance for the establishment of a fund for the city's public art program, its administration, and the city's public art collection, including city-sponsored public art. This fund would be separate from the public art for projects in lieu fund. Fifth, the removal of the sunset provision for the Public Art Committee, allowing it to continue in its role of supporting public art throughout the city. And sixth, the addition of a city murals program permitting murals funded or sponsored by the city on public and private property. So that summarizes the changes to the two chapters, and we're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions?
I have a question about public art projects versus public art. I was wondering if in the definitions, let's see, I have some notes here. Let me see if I can get there. If it makes sense to add what a project is and what a project, who a project applicant might be.
So I believe the way the changes were made, the new term public art for projects supersedes what had been called public art in the ordinance before. And when we were talking about public art in the ordinance before, we were only talking about public art that met the 1% requirement. So public art for projects, in using that term, I think it's in the definition as it only refers to projects that require the 1% fee for development.
Okay, just want to make sure, is that clear to people then as you read the ordinance that public art, which we will be setting up a fund for, or hopefully like a grant opportunity?
This ordinance allows for that to happen. It's
Okay.
not that it necessarily will happen, but it allows for that to happen down the road.
And it's an easier, it's a good distinction. Okay. What about project applicant? Because there is applicant is, throughout this ordinance. And I guess we're also then assuming like the applicant basically is a private entity and not public. Do we need to make that distinction, Mala? I'm just wondering if that's.
I think that's all in other parts of chapter or title 6 of our Muni code. I was trying to double check that. I think it's really just, I wouldn't want to duplicate definitions. I'll double check that, but I think that's really the issue. Is I think that's showing up elsewhere in our code.
Okay, yeah, so to make distinct, because if the city did a public, kind of development, if whatever should happen, we would not be subject necessarily to those requirements. Okay. Okay, thank you.
6203. Our planning director has just informed me is where that shows up.
Thank you, Greg.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember
This
Kendall.
isn't really a question, but it was a thank you to Jenny, who did some research for I was wondering what happened, because we sunsetted this public art committee. And I'm like, wait, what did we do before we had the public art committee? And it turns out we didn't really do anything. And so this thing was really born and has legs and is growing into its form. And we really didn't have anything like this before. And so making it continue forever, they were explaining that does make sense, because the sunset, it doesn't really have to be there. We can get rid of that. Thank you.
It also could be that the Public Art Committee came in when the 1% was enacted, and so the whole thing would have to go away. Well, I know, and we don't, yeah, but the ordinance would have to change because that's not provided for the ordinance. Okay, any other? Did we, okay, so let's open it for public comment.
The city council is taking public comment on item 14A, the public art ordinance. 687. I have no speaker slips for persons in the community hall. And I have no hands raised for our Zoom participants.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council. City Clerk Robbins, is it 687? Is that the?
687 is the ordinance number that you're introducing? Is that incorrect?
No, 687 was the correct number. What happened was in the putting together the packet, when I was working on getting the page numbers so that you could distinguish B1 from B2 and A1 from A2, I used an older ordinance in where I had not put in 687 for the number up there. But it's ordinance 687.
So you're introducing ordinance 687.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to comment that I just want to thank you for this work and for what you do. You're so add so much value to our community and your discernment of, the public art projects, now the mural coming forward. So thank you. And of course, I think this should be something we continue. And I agree with the further refinement of the ordinances. So I'm just going to say I'm in favor of this.
Okay, we have a motion.
I do. I can make a motion, but let's see if thank you. I will make the motion to introduce ordinance 687, waive the first reading, take public testimony, and continue to the October 23rd for second reading and adoption.
And I'll second that.
We all second.
Sorry about
No, you take it, Carl.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you very
So
much.
thank you very much. And one other thank you. The city attorney did a fantastic job on this. It was a very elegant solution of how to do the minimal amount of change and yet get the other art fund in there. And great solution. So thank you.
Yay.
Yeah.
We have a few more questions. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, we're on to 14B. Yeah, good. We thought Greg had bailed on you, but. Hey, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Tonight, we are looking at application ordinance. But this is MCR 05-23 to make the SB 9 ordinance a permanent part of the code. This is a city initiated effort that would make the provisions of Lafayette Municipal Code Section 6-38, housing developments and urban lot splits, a permanent part of the code. As you may remember, Senate Bill SB 9 became law on January 1st, 2022, and required local jurisdictions to process ministerial permits for urban lot splits and housing development projects on parcels with single-family zoning. To comply with state law, the City Council passed an urgency ordinance, Ordinance 681, on December 13th, 2021, adding Chapter 6-38 to the Lafayette Municipal Code. Staff is now bringing Ordinance 689 forward in order to make that section a permanent part of the code. As you read in the staff report, there are 4 small changes proposed, 2 of which would actually make small changes to the text of the ordinance. The first has to do with the maximum units allowed. There are a few words proposed to be added to this section to clarify the meaning and the intent there. It's redlined in the staff report as well as the redlined copy of the ordinance. The proposed new language would read, no more than 2 primary dwelling units and 4 dwelling units total, including accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, shall be allowed on a parcel that has utilized the housing development provisions pursuant to state law in this chapter. The second proposal has to do with the water efficient landscape ordinance. The city adopted the WELO ordinance after the SB9 urgency ordinance, but was anticipating having it go on the books. And so specifics pertaining to the WELO code were added to the SB9 urgency ordinance, but the city now has the WELO code. So staff is proposing that this subsection 15 be replaced with the simple statement, applicant shall comply with the city's water efficient landscape ordinance, and refers to the code section. The third change proposed is simply formatting cleanup. There is a dangling subsection C that has no content after it. And the renumbering of the subsection 6-3811 would simply bring it into conformance with the way the code is normally numbered. The last change is not actually a change to the ordinance, but rather to the internal processing of these applications. Right now, the SB9 application instructions includes requirement that a soils report or geotechnical report be submitted for both lot splits and housing development applications. But this is typically only required when actual development is proposed. A lot split typically does not have development on its own. And so staff is proposing that this requirement be deferred for applications that are only lot splits until such time as physical development is actually proposed, whether it's an SB9 housing development or a normal construction application. Those are the changes proposed. Adopting this ordinance is exempt from CEQA. Anything to do with an SB9 ordinance is explicitly called out in the code as not being a project under CEQA. With that, staff makes a recommendation to introduce ordinance 689, waive the first reading, and continue the matter to the October 23rd, 2023 meeting for second reading and adoption. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll take questions from the council, then go to the public and then bring it back. Any questions? Councilmember Kwok.
Thank you very much. One question about timing is that are there any deadlines here that we need to do this to make it a permanent part of the Lafayette Municipal Code by a certain date in November, December, or January?
I'm not aware of any, but I will refer to the city attorney.
No, there's no timings. We did receive, as you might recall, some guidance from the Attorney General, who did encourage those cities that had adopted urgency ordinances to bring back the traditional permanent ordinance, which was what we always intended to do if you look at our previous staff reports. So I think it is our goal to get this accomplished and in effect before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Geringer.
So in looking at the public comment that was provided by, I'm not going to pronounce last name, but from Brana Development, Mala did, I guess Mala, Greg, Arlie, somebody, did we look at these and opine, and do we feel that we made changes based on their concerns, or we think that we agree to disagree on some of the assertions that he made or they made?
Thank you, Councilmember Geringer. I would say almost all, if not most of these comments were made when we originally considered the urgency ordinance back at the end of 2021. And so, no, we did review the comments, including the letter that was submitted today. We don't think any changes are necessary to be made to the ordinance other than the minor changes that Arlie mentioned earlier in her staff report. So we do think we can move forward, and that we did address those comments back in 2021, and this ordinance stays consistent. We do think it complies with state law.
Okay, other questions? How many applications have we had, and how many have been approved?
I'm trying to remember if I included that in my staff report. I think it's the first.
Oh, it's on. We have received 21 applications for lot split. And it seems like a recent uptick in that. 4 have been approved, and 1 application for urban housing development to build 1 unit, which was approved and it's under construction.
Okay, and were any of those applications in the Hillside Overlay District?
Yes.
All of them? Some of them? I'll just, that's fine.
I can see if I can get that information in real time. I would estimate half to 2/3 are in the Hillside Overlay District and the remainder are not.
Okay.
That's my best guess, but I'll see if I can call that from the database.
Okay, and 21 applications for approvals. Is there a way to generalize on why there haven't been more that have gone through successfully?
Well, there was certainly one or two where one was clearly not eligible for SB9 and ultimately they withdrew. And predominantly the issue is just a matter of completeness of the submittal.
Okay. Right, thank you. Okay, so let's open it for public comment.
The city council is now taking public comments on item 14B, ordinance 689. I have no speaker slips for persons in the community hall and no hands raised from our Zoom participants.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Any discussion? Councilmember Quack.
Good. I met this morning with Mr. Stefan Schnitzler with Brana Development, speaking on behalf of himself more than his company. And as you know, he wrote to the Planning Commission before October 2nd, their meeting, but maybe the timing was such that the Planning Commission did not have enough time to review the letter. In fact, they did not. And so this letter that we see before us was not really considered by the Planning Commission last week when they voted unanimously to present this to us. I watched the replay yesterday. But I did say that like there are many asks here. And I think in general, I asked Mr. Schnitzer what is his goal of what he's trying to achieve here. And I think the broader question is, yes, SB9 has not actually converted as much housing in California the last year as was expected due to either complexities with the law or barriers created by cities and confusion. And so his effort really in trying to adhere to the spirit of SB9, trying to introduce more housing in the state of California is to do our job here in Lafayette to simplify language, make sure we're compliant, and really diligently be sure that we are not, we don't have structural barriers that we've inadvertently created here. So I think I appreciate the amount of time that he has spent to put all these together. I did not have the time or the legal expertise to understand whether each of these are, things that we should change or not. I did ask him of the many things that he listed, what was his absolute top priority item on this list that he felt was an absolutely incorrect assumption. And he said without hesitation, the 4-foot setback. And so we spent quite a bit of time to go over paragraph by paragraph why he felt that way. And so if I could paraphrase, my understanding of the 4-foot setbacks on the backside and on the back and the sides is that if I have a 1 acre property with my house up front and I want to build a 1,000 square foot unit in Lafayette, I cannot put it within 4 feet of my back fence and 4 feet of the corner fence. I cannot just put it there if I could put it somewhere else on the property, right? According to my interpretation of how we've written our ordinance, we would like people to observe our setbacks of however many feet that was. And only in the event that my property was so small that I had no choice but to stick it there and get into the 4 feet, then you're allowed to do that. And in fact, we have some form of priorities, like if you can't submit here, then the back is most important and the next, right? So our language here interprets the state direction that, you have to do 4 feet as a worst case scenario. He suggests through this note, there's a section here that says that if you read it, and even as a plain language, I could see that the state does not allow cities to impose, if a person chooses an SB 9, either lot split or development, then they have the right to put it right back in that corner there with 4 feet, even if they didn't have to do it. Even if there was room to move it up somewhere else, they would be allowed to put it there.
I mean, within the 4 feet.
Within, not within the 4 feet, at 4 feet. Like if we're 10 feet and 15 feet, right? We would prefer through our ordinances to have the home I can't remember the number, but say 15 feet back and 10 feet on the side, right? Right, but we're whatever our ordinance, it's less generous than 4 feet, right? So we're saying if the person had plenty of room, but they wanted to stick it within 4 feet at the 5 feet away from the corner, our ordinances would ordinarily say you can't do that because you have plenty of room to put it somewhere else on your property. Don't go there, we won't approve it. He asserts that the language is very clear at the state that says, nope, if once they pick SB 9, they have the right to go within 4 feet. They don't have, it knocks away your city's setback. So anyways, I'm not there to adjudicate it over coffee this morning, but I felt like that is, now that we've had a year of potentially case law on this, we couldn't be the first city to try to understand this part of the SB 9 versus what cities could do. So I thought maybe if we had a little bit more time, which I asked staff just now, how much time and deadlines are we under? I would think that that's a question that we could potentially research and find out what is authoritative, and so that we know and could be clear in the way we draft our permanent ordinance. Anyways, but I just relate that as to one discussion I had, and I would love it if staff wanted to comment now on it or clarify.
Okay, I'll ask the city attorney to respond.
There is no case law, so I could answer that very quickly. So I think I would continue to recommend the ordinance as proposed. If the law were to change in the future, there have been proposals, there have been bills to update SB 9. We'd of course come back and revise it. But absent that interpretation, I would encourage you to adopt or introduce, excuse me, what's before you. We don't have anything that interprets it, and that is mandatory for us to comply with. Such as a case.
May I add, when I was reading Senator Atkins' letter that she included, it was something about when something is not, if it's silent on the issue, then we can interpret that. So I think that could still fall within what you're saying in a sense.
I think this issue is, it's clear in the statute. It's just, we have different interpretations.
Yeah.
As you've heard. And so then it would really be a matter of, someone taking this up in a court, either making it clear what interpretation is correct, or I think much more likely is an update to SB 9, which will clarify it.
Well, let me ask, as a practical problem, has this arisen in any of the 21 applications?
Not to my knowledge, no. I don't believe we've had to relax the setbacks for any of the development projects. Yeah.
I relaxed the setback, or not the setbacks, but the requirement of lot width and depth in order to approve an SB 9 application, but it was by a few feet.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I explained to Mr. Schnitzler, and my own position is that this is a new law, SB 9, right? And we're all getting used to it. And I do think that if it could be changed, and we can put this ordinance in place and vote on it as we suggest. And if something in it is incorrect and a member of the public would like to highlight that in the future, then I welcome the public to bring those back to us, and we can make those changes in the future. So my own position is that I think that I'm okay to move forward with this as it is, but acknowledge that we're all as a community learning about how to do this, and that we are as a council member, I'm willing to make changes in the future in order to comply, obviously, with the law.
Yeah, just a couple of comments on that. One, I I'm relying on our city attorney's interpretation, which I agree with. But also it's interesting because in the history of this, when it was brought to the council from the 6-person committee, there was a presumption on the part of housing advocates that we were doing something to make it difficult to succeed in an application in Lafayette. And that was definitely not the intent. The intent of the subcommittee was to develop an ordinance that was faithful to SB 9, but that preserved Lafayette's emphasis on protecting the hillsides. And I think we struck a really good balance with that. And at least in my conversation with housing advocates after it was passed, and particularly there was a very robust discussion at the council meeting. I had at least one housing advocate come up to me, a young housing advocate, and say, you know, after listening to that discussion, I understand what you're trying to do. I see it was all in good faith and it'll work out. So we're not trying to do anything difficult here. I feel very comfortable in going ahead with what we have in front of us. So could we have
and I was able to find 10 of the 21 applications are in the Hillside Overlay District.
Okay, great.
Nailed it.
Thanks. Thank you.
So I can make a motion. So I'd like to introduce ordinance 689, waive the first reading, take public testimony, and continue to October 23rd, 2023 for second reading and adoption.
I can second that.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Cantel, second by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0, unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, can I now have a motion to continue the meeting until 11:30?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay, thank you again for staying to the bitter end and all your work on this. Okay, we are now at council member reports. Well, I'll just very briefly say I went to the Lafayette Community Foundation, or Community Foundation of Lafayette Senior Symposium, which was very well organized. So congratulations to the foundation for that. Very well done. And thanks also to Molly Cohen for being there representing the Senior Services Commission. So that was a very successful event. And then on the next Tuesday, on October 3rd, Moms Demand Action had organized a campus and gun safety forum, which is held at Acalanes. And that I thought was a very good program, very good. And Chief Aldrich was just exceptional representing the city. I think any parent who was there would come away thinking, yes, I mean, we've really thought this out. We really are training. We're really practicing. Everything's being done. So I thought it was a very successful forum. And then there was a ribbon cutting on the 15th at Abio Properties, which is an interesting story because they were on Moraga Road. And then they were actually, no, not Moraga, they're 850 Huff. So they lost their lease for because that's going to be developed. And so they bought a property on Mount Diablo Boulevard. So they're here for the long run. And there'll be another ribbon cutting for East Bay Health on Sunday. And I only mention that because I understand Congressman DeSaulnier may be here to speak at that. So I'm going to be looking into that before I prepare my
I can
remarks.
actually share, but you can do your research, but it's two doctors. They've been out and about at a number of different things. They were at the mayor's conference. They have anyway, I've met them at a couple of different things. And then also Cindy Gershon. So it's a sort of who's the Sunrise Bistro and led the Wellness Walnut Creek, and very much about creating healthy communities. And so she will be the food nutrition piece of this. And they are I want to say member, but more a private. Yeah, there you go. Find their website, but private medical care and member, and they will nonprofit, and they'll have, scholarship funding for folks that, may not be able to afford that type of service, but two doctors longtime doctors who think there's a better way to do that. So I don't know what their website says, but that's what they said.
Okay, and then finally, apropos of some of the public comments at the beginning of the meeting, I received communications, and I'm not sure if the whole council received them. These both came in yesterday, but one was from the American Jewish Committee urging us to adopt a resolution in support of Israel. And the second one, which came in 2 hours later, was for the JCRC, which organized the event at Temple Isaiah, saying JCRC believes it is not productive for local bodies to weigh in on international affairs, in part because such efforts may create or exacerbate unwanted community tensions. He's saying some elected bodies may feel compelled to issue resolutions, blah, blah, blah. JCRC believes it is not productive for local bodies to do that. So if I think we'll just leave it at that unless anyone wants to take it further. Okay, that's all I have. Any other council member reports?
I have two matters. One is that I had a video that I wanted to show and share, but I'll start before I do that. On fire insurance, we had Councilmember Geringer had in a previous meeting, maybe once or twice, requested that we agendize a presentation. And I just wanted to see if we could get a status on that, since some members of the community have had their homeowners insurance canceled. We heard a caller this afternoon, David Clark, who has been sharing his experiences. But his experiences is unfortunately not just a lone experience in our community. Many members of our community are having challenges with their homeowners insurance. So if we could have
I did reach out to the Assembly member, Rebecca Bauer-Cahan's office, and they provided me with information about the insurance policies that were dropped by the insurance company, and those dropped to, where people just walked away from that particular insurance company by zip code. And I've got that information. I will say it's difficult to get somebody from the insurance office to talk to a city alone. So
we did before. You had the lady come speak with us two years ago, what's from the State Insurance Commission.
Yes. Well, I think they've received more invitations than they can deal with.
I'm sure.
So I'm working with Gary Pokorny to see if it can be on a mayor's conference agenda, because that way they'll be more likely to come and talk to the county as a whole. We're shooting for January or February of 2024. But once I have enough information, at least as a receive and file, I'll bring that to the council.
Thank you.
And the woman who spoke actually randomly came into to my work office, because I work, for a county supervisor, and she did provide some information. And anyway, so I think I sent that to you too, Narup, but definitely maybe in a communication or something out to our residents, but Narup and I have been talking about how best to bring it back.
Okay, thank you for remembering that. The other thing I want to share was that last week I took a BART ride to the Millbrae BART station. And when I got off there and started walking east, I was so shocked to no longer see an empty parking lot there. But what I saw instead was this 40-minute video that I've taken for you and put up on the screen. So
wait, did I hear that? Yeah.
Okay, it's 40 seconds, but or maybe 20 seconds, but if you could play it, Greg, is it? And so just as I'm the council liaison to BART, and just sort of the reason why we have, maybe just grab the slider and drag it. How come it's not playing? A moment ago. Okay, Greg will take us on a guided tour. I just tried to walk down, and it's completely brand new. They literally have the very last construction crews there. Otherwise, it's totally vacant. This is some retail there, and then there's offices above that, and over on the right-hand side, there's housing at 6 levels of housing with retail on the bottom. Clearly, there's no setback there. They went straight up on the housing, but here's some retail that's a little bit punched forward. And then there's the plaza that leads up to that BART station, the Millbrae BART way in the back there. But it was beautiful. And I just thought, as a way to inspire, I was inspired just to see, wow, what they did with this empty parking lot is just wonderful, to put housing so closely. It was very clean, and it felt wonderful. So I wondered whether there would be any interest of council members, of staff, of planning commission, of other members of our community to do a field trip there and ask for a tour of whatever level of appropriateness, to go study how this got done and to actually experience it as a way of thinking about our own BART parking lot in the future, because that is something we talked about last year, that we would, even though we didn't get into the housing element, but we still need to get the balls rolling. And again, before this got populated, maybe right now, and we could go get a tour of it. So anyways, just I wanted to share that and get either council feedback or maybe staff to explore the possibility of getting a tour.
Is there underground parking or podium parking? Where's the parking?
You'll have to wait for the tour, but I didn't see. There's a big BART parking lot that's still there. They had like that 5 or 6 story BART parking lot, but that might be for BART. And so I did not really inspect this real quick. I was only there for a minute.
Okay.
Not 40 minutes, just this.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, any other council updates? All right, we're on to item 16B. Are there any questions? All right, is there any public comment?
Mayor Anduri, public comments for item 16B. I have no speaker slips for persons in the community hall, and the Zoom audience has no hands raised.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council, and we will just say that we're very fortunate to have the city manager that we have. So I'm looking for a motion.
I will, go ahead. I'll move that the city council authorize the mayor to execute the attached 4th Amendment to the city manager employment agreement with Narup K. Srivatsa.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, on to 16C. Councilmember Quack.
Okay, this is, we have vacancies on the Lafayette Youth Commission, which, as a reminder, is a body of 15 members that are grades 6 through 12. And we had interviews, Vice Mayor Dawson and myself, joined by co-chairs Miela Shu and Addie Stevens. They're both sophomores at Akalani's. They're leading the charge this year. Our staffer, Justin Bodley, was there. And we interviewed 5 very fine candidates I was inspired to hear all of their enthusiasm of how they would participate in the youth commission. And so Vice Mayor Dawson and myself would like to propose the following 6 members: Amelia Tantamang, Ava Josephine Skidgel, Maya Shinneman, Juliet Lee, Eden Hall, Addison McBride, to fill 6 vacancies on the Lafayette Youth Commission. And Vice Mayor Dawson, any further comments on our interview?
No further comments. It was wonderful. There was so much enthusiasm. So it's wonderful to welcome them onto the council, to the youth commission. And I was glad to do so, apparently. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with them, and they're all great candidates. So I would make a motion.
Well, any
Oh,
questions?
sorry.
No. Any public comment?
No public comment at this time, Mayor Endry.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Any discussion before we go to a motion?
So I'd like to move that we appoint those six members who I just named to a 2-year terms on the Lafayette Youth Commission effective immediately.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, 5-0. Great, congratulations to our new commissioners. We're on to 17A. And this is well, following a practice to send resolutions to a city commission if it is within the purview of that commission. So this request went to the Emergency Preparedness Commission, and they've recommended that the city council approve the proclamation. So are there any questions about this? Okay, is there any public comment?
No public comment at this time, Mayor Endry.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I move that we approve the Emergency Preparedness Commission recommendation to approve the proclamation declaring November 1st, 2023 as Shelter in Place Education Day.
I second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, 5-0. And that's it. We are at adjournment. We are adjourned. At 11:12 PM.
Wow.